Chapter 1. The arena buzzed with energy as the crowd cheered for their favorite team. I adjusted my jersey, feeling the familiar excitement that came with game nights. The air smelled of popcorn and anticipation, a combination that never failed to get my heart racing. My best friend nudged me with her elbow. "You ready for this?" she asked, grinning. I nodded, though my stomach fluttered with nerves. Tonight was important not just for the team, but for me too. The players skated onto the ice, their blades cutting sharp lines into the smooth surface. I spotted him immediately, his confident stride unmistakable even under all that gear. He glanced toward the stands, and for a brief moment our eyes met. A jolt of electricity shot through me, and I quickly looked away, pretending to focus on the game. The puck dropped, and the match began in earnest. Bodies collided against the boards, sticks clashed, and the crowd roared with every close call. He moved with effortless grace, weaving through opponents like they weren't even there. When he scored the first goal, the entire arena erupted. I jumped to my feet, cheering along with everyone else. At intermission, my friend leaned in. "You should go talk to him," she suggested. I shook my head, suddenly feeling shy. "Come on," she pressed. "What's the worst that could happen?" I hesitated, then took a deep breath. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was time to stop watching from the sidelines and finally take a chance. The second period was about to start, but my mind was already racing with possibilities. Tonight might just change everything to all my author friends and colleagues. I'm so fortunate to have such an amazing support system in this crazy, awesome industry. To all the amazing bloggers and readers out there who have supported me from the beginning of my angst to the ridiculous of my humor, thank you for loving these stories, for giving them a voice, for sharing your thoughts, and for being such amazing women. I'm honored and humbled and constantly amazed by what a generous community you are. To my originals, my fandom friends who were with me back in the day when Wednesday postings were the way of things, thank you for giving me the gift of your feedback and your excitement. It's such an honor and a joy to know that you're still with me, on this road, and that you're reason I took this journey in the first place. The smell of Adventure Lily I prop my skate up on the bench to tighten the laces. After this session, my amazing NHL player boyfriend, Randy Ballistic, is picking me up for a weekend getaway with our friends. The cottage we're going to belongs to one of Randy's teammates, Alex Waters, who I've incidentally known my entire life since his younger sister, Sunny, is my best friend. The off-season is about to come to an end, and training camp will start in less than 2 weeks. This last hurrah weekend will be at Alex's Chicago cottage, not the Ontario cottage where Randy and I first met. As much as I'd love to revisit that location, any kind of weekend away with Randy and my friends is welcome, and this cottage is much closer. With Sunny being pregnant, I'm sure things will be different from the usual fun fest and late nights. Or maybe not. Alex's wife, Violet, and her friend Charlene Hoare are going to be there. Those two can keep the party going, and they like to stay up all hours of the night. I'm sure there will be lively Scrabble games and shenanigans, both of which I'm looking forward to. I'm not used to having this much downtime. Prior to moving to Chicago, I'd always worked more than one job, so only having one means a lot more freedom to pursue hobbies. Not that I worry too much about being idle. Randy keeps me busy when I'm not teaching skating lessons. I don't have the opportunity to get bored, especially not since I moved in with him about 4 months ago and he enrolled me in fun new activities. I figured maybe once we were living together his enthusiasm would wane, at least a little. It hasn't. While I've been teaching this morning, he's been texting me all the places he thinks we should sneak away to when we get to the cottage. Ironically, a bathroom hasn't even made the top 5. The forest is a prime pick. He's mentioned playing hide and seek more than once, but the way he says it makes me think his version will be a lot different than the game I played with Sunny as a kid. The door to the changing room squeaks as it opens. Someone needs to get out the WD-40 and deal with that. I'm around the corner, out of view, so I call out a hello to avoid scaring whoever it is. I get nothing back. A chill runs up my spine at the sound of distinctly non-feminine footfalls. Relief forces my heart back down from my throat when Randy peeks his head around the jam. "What are you doing in here?" I ask, double knotting my skate before lowering my foot to the rubber-padded floor. He scans my outfit and a playful grin pulls up the corner of his mouth. Stopping in for a quick visit. In the women's staff locker room, what if someone else was in here with me? It's a reasonable question. Occasionally, I'm not the only instructor on the ice. His eyes widen and he checks over his shoulder. Is there someone else here? No, but there could be been. But you're telling me there isn't, he confirms. I nod. Still, what if you'd seen one of the other girls changing? He frowns and runs a hand over his beard, looking anxious. I didn't think about that. Just imagine how embarrassed I'd be if someone else's boyfriend walked in while I was changing. Now I'm messing with him. The furrow in his brow deepens and his eyes go dark. If I didn't have a session in 15 minutes, I'd be excited about that look because it typically means very good things for our private moments. Sadly, she's covered in multiple layers of fabric, and I'm hours away from any kind of relief for the ache that's flared low in my belly. Only I see you naked, Randy barks. I snicker snort. Sometimes Randy can be so very irrationally protective. He stalks forward to loom over me. You think that's funny? Someone else seeing me naked. Oh, I don't think that's funny at all. Your reaction to the unlikely possibility is, though, when we get to Alex's cottage, should we put you in a loincloth? We'll rename you a random sound and you can pretend to drag me into the forest. We'll live in a cave and you can challenge bears to entertain me. I bite the inside of my cheek to hold in my laughter. Randy cracks a sheepish grin. That was pretty bad, wasn't it? Yeah. He brushes a few strands of hair, imaginary or not, away from my cheek. I'm a little greedy when it comes to you. He traces the edge of my jaw, the pad of his thumb sweeping my bottom lip. I'm aware. Prior to me, Randy had seen lots of women. I thought I had a thick skin until I started dating him. As the girlfriend of an NHL player, I get personal messages from his former admirers about how they're a better match than I am, among other fun things. It was shocking at first, but at least I have friends who get what I'm going through. I've had a total of 5 relationships, including Randy. I'm assuming Randy's had at least 10 times that. Maybe it should bother me, but it doesn't. Now that we've decided to be together, he's never given me a reason to worry about him being unfaithful. His dad's history of cheating isn't one he wants to repeat. You still have a few minutes before you have to be on the ice, right? He asks. I should get out there soon, but yeah. Randy makes a noise but doesn't respond with words, which is sometimes his way. He's very much an action man. I knew he loved me a long time before he said the words out loud. All the little sacrifices, all the sweet things that come unprovoked are perfect examples of how he feels, and I feel the same way. But I don't think he's here to tell me he loves me, not based on the gleam in his eye or the noticeable tension in his posture. What's up? I pat the firm outline under his jeans. Other than your moody attitude, he covers my hand with his. Wanna have a quick moment? I don't have enough minutes for that. I put my palm on his chest when he leans in. My resistance to Randy's advances is minimal even with time constraints. I can be super fast. I bet you're halfway there already. A smirky grin tugs the side of his mouth. That smile used to infuriate me. Occasionally it still does. Randy may be right. He has the incredible ability to excite me with very little physical contact. He's rather confident about it. Being in a public locker room where someone could walk in any second should be a deterrent, but it really isn't for either of us. There's no way we'll finish before I have to get on the ice, and then we have to sit in a car with Sonny and Miller. You'll have to behave yourself for 2 hours. How pleasant is that going to be for you? I'm already gonna be frustrated, so it's not like it actually matters if we try. I can take care of myself after I take care of you. I'm straddling the bench, so he plants a knee between my legs and leans forward at the same time. He gently twines his fingers into the hair at the nape of my neck, tilting my head back as if he's planning to kiss me. Can't you wait until we get to the cottage? It's taking a superhuman amount of self-restraint not to shift against his strategically placed knee. I could, but I don't want to. He leans in, his mouth close to mine. Come on, gorgeous. You send me all these pictures of you in your skating gear. Now you're going to deny me what you've been teasing me with for the past 4 hours. He smells fantastic, like the cologne I bought him for Valentine's Day. You asked for those pictures. I know, now I want to thank you for them. How are you planning to do that? It's a challenge to remember why this isn't a great idea with him looking so good and talking like this. How about with my fingers? I'm fully dressed. Like that's ever stopped me before. He has a point. He can make me feel amazing just by being close. Our chemistry is undeniable. I finally give in when he kisses me. I should feel guilty about this happening at work, in the changing room, but Randy's good at persuasion and making things enjoyable, so it's hard to feel anything other than excitement. He adjusts his knee and I respond immediately. I can hear his smile. "That's it, take what you want." I playfully nip at his lip, aware he's teasing me. I'll get him back later. He deepens the kiss, his rhythm slow and deliberate, contrasting with my eagerness. Randy has that effect. He knows it and he enjoys using it. His hand stays where it is, cradling my head as we kiss. I keep moving, wishing for more direct contact. I reach between us, feeling how worked up he is through his clothes. Now I wish we had more privacy, fewer barriers. Randy enjoys winding me up, though not completely leaving me unsatisfied. I always get what I need, but he holds back and I don't like the imbalance. Still, I'm already close, so I'll make it work until we have a better opportunity. Just as the tingles begin to spread, Randy pulls back. I groan and reach for him, but he breaks the kiss and gently presses me back onto the bench. "What are you doing?" I was almost there. My tone is sharp, which only makes him smile. I said I was going to use my fingers. He slips them under the edge of my leotard, brushing against the fabric beneath. His other hand glides down, tracing over my stomach. When he reaches the hem, he tugs my tights down just enough. "Do you have any idea how often I think about being with you like this?" Randy has a thing for my skating outfits, as shown by our current situation. We've been intimate while I'm wearing one of my competition leotards before, though without the extra layers. That time was intense. "I assume it's a daily thing," I say teasingly. "You assume correctly." He adjusts the material carefully. "Easy," I warn. "I don't want my outfit ruined. I'll replace it if anything happens." I note the certainty in his words. I don't have a spare here. Randy is either too focused or choosing to ignore me. I assume it's a combination of the two. He gently touches me with the back of his fingers as he tries to make room for his hand. I gasp and bite my lip to stifle my reaction. The walls in here are cinder block and great for acoustics, not so great for keeping things private. He fumbles around in his back pocket, producing his phone. I prop myself up on an elbow. "Seriously, you need to do that right now? You actually need to ask that question? This is like..." A few facial tics follow, and he opens and closes his mouth before the words finally come. "If they actually made figure skating entertainment, I'd have a real problem." "I think you already have a real problem." Randy disregards my sass and hits the record button. "This woman right here is my #1 fantasy, and she's all mine." He maneuvers his hand in the limited space between my undergarments, which are cutting into my thighs. They're stretched so tight. "But only for the next 10 minutes, I add. He pushes 2 fingers inside and offers a low murmur. I arch off the bench. The loud tearing sound should concern me, but he does the finger curl. Then he drops his head and focuses on me. This is fairly atypical behavior for Randy. Usually he's more restrained, so he must be going for maximum effect. I honestly try not to react right away, but he has all the control over my body, so I lose myself in the moment. I bump my head on the bench and bring my hand to my mouth, biting the side of it to muffle my sounds. Randy doesn't stop even after I've reacted. Instead, he keeps going, aware he'll be able to bring me to another peak with minimal effort. Usually he gives me a short break, allowing me to recover before he starts again. Not so this time. Tears pool and run down my temples from the intensity. My entire body jerks and trembles as another wave hits me. When my motor function returns, I shove my fingers in his hair and pull, stopping him. He makes this low sound, kind of a growl, like he's frustrated that I've stopped him. "Wow, Randy, what's gotten into you?" A full-body tremor like a legitimate aftershock makes me lose my grip on his hair. His expression softens and then becomes panicked. "Lily, oh no." The fullness of his fingers inside me disappears. My muscles contract around nothing, and an odd, soft sob gets caught in my throat. He reaches out as if to caress my cheek, but realizes his hand isn't clean, so he wipes it on his shirt. At least it's white. He leans over me, sweeping shaky fingers across my temple. His eyes are wide, his thick swallow audible. "Did I hurt you? Are you okay? I didn't mean to get carried away. I just wanted to make you feel good." I still his hands. "You didn't hurt me. But you're crying. I made you cry. That's not supposed to happen. You wouldn't let me stop. It was intense." I motion to my face. These aren't pain tears, they're overwhelmed by sensation tears. Oh, his relief leaves him on an exhale. I didn't know that was a thing, so you're telling me you can react so strongly you cry? I'm actually surprised this has never happened to him before. His romantic missions, along with his former reputation, are legendary. There's something going on with Randy. He's been extra affectionate lately. Only once this week have we not been close multiple times a day. Maybe he's preparing for being on the road again once the new season starts. I'm not complaining, I just think there's more to it than him being eager. The alarm on my phone goes off, it's my final warning. Oh no, I need to fix myself and get out there. Told you I could help you relax before you went on the ice. The smug tone is there, but he's missing the usual smirk. My legs are wobbly as I stand and adjust my undergarments, then my stretched-out tights. The waistband on both is ruined. They'll have to go in the garbage after this also. A huge snag runs from waist to thigh on my right leg. I don't have an extra pair of tights with me, so I'll have to deal. The crotch of my leotard is loose now, too, which definitely isn't optimal, especially since I'm about to teach pairs. I haven't done pairs in years, so I'm relearning a bit as I'm teaching. Tonight, I have a one-on-one session with Finlay to work on some of the lifts. Last session, his partner, Giselle, twisted her ankle, so she's taking some time to recover. I didn't want Finlay to miss this session, though. I look up at Randy and gesture to my outfit. Thanks a lot, this whole thing is ruined now. I'll take you to get new ones. Not much help to me right now. I'm sorry. He jams his hands in his pockets and rocks back on his heels. I got excited thinking about the cottage and spending time with you without work getting in the way. I don't want him to feel bad for making me happy. I share his enthusiasm, even if his timing could be better. I put a hand on his chest and give him a quick kiss. I know, me too. I gotta go, though. I close my locker and head for the ice on unsteady legs in a skating outfit that fit much better less than 10 minutes ago. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror before I push through the doors to the rink. My hair is tousled in the back, so I quickly finger comb it. My tights are sliding down because the waistband is loose. My cheeks are flushed, my lips slightly swollen, my eyes bright. I can smell Randy's cologne on me, and I'm pretty sure I also look a little disheveled, but that might just be in my head. There's nothing I can do about it now. I'm annoyed that I look so unprofessional, but hopefully Finlay is too focused on learning the routine to notice. He's already out there when I step onto the ice. Finlay turned 19 recently and has been skating competitively since he was a child. He's an incredible skater, but I know he's worried about the lifts and jumps. Since I know this routine, my boss called in a favor and asked if I'd coach him and his partner. They've already made state, and now they're aiming for nationals. Those two are amazing together when they're in sync. It's an honor to be asked to help. Summer hours mean I have the time, so I couldn't say number Finlay looks antsy. He's been great if a little unsure of himself the 2 times I've worked with him and Giselle so far. I've heard he can be a perfectionist, hard on himself and his partner with high expectations. I'm hoping this session will keep things smooth between them. He's feeling guilty over Giselle's minor injury, even though it wasn't his fault. He glances at the clock. I'm 2 minutes late. I thought maybe I got the time wrong. Sorry, one of my laces broke. I had to relace with a spare. The lie comes easily. He looks down at my skates, eyes moving over my outfit. My tights are already slipping. Randy's going to hear about this later. I clap my hands together. I guess we should warm up. I was a little early. I've already warmed up. I meant together. I've been on the ice all day, so I'm as warmed up as I'll get, but I'm happy to do a few laps to get us in sync. Oh, right, yeah, of course. He nods quickly. That sounds good. I skate a tight circle around him and then speed off down the ice, adjusting my tights again. At least the little skirt covers some of the issue. I'm a little nervous about this session. Teaching others how to skate together is one thing, being part of the pair is another. Pairs skating requires trust and communication. It's been a long time since I've skated with someone else. And now, on top of adjusting to this situation, my attention is split because my tights keep sliding down, and all I can think about is how that happened. Thanks a lot, Randy still. All I have to do is invest an hour, and then I'm free for the weekend. After a few laps around the rink, the guy in the sound booth cues the music, and we start the routine. Finlay has the first part down, but whenever he has to make physical contact, he gets all twitchy and unsure of himself, especially when there's a lift. "Are you okay today?" I ask when he fumbles me for the third time. Yeah, there's a guy in the stands and he's been watching us for like 10 minutes. He looks really familiar." I look around the arena and spot Randy sitting in the stands. Randy rarely stays to watch me, and I have a feeling it's no coincidence he's decided to stick around while I'm teaching Finlay. His clinginess this week, his sneaking into the locker room, the sudden affection he couldn't wait to show me, my smelling like I've doused myself in his cologne, all this leads me to believe his behavior is orchestrated and intentional. And I don't know quite what to make of that. When the song ends, I suggest we take a short break and grab some water. Finlay looks to where my problematic boyfriend is sitting. "That guy totally looks like Randy Ballistic." I roll my eyes. "That's because he is." His eyes go wide. "No way, what's he doing here?" Being a pain in my neck. "Huh, he's my boyfriend." I almost enjoy his shock. "Wow, I wasn't sure if that was a rumor or not." He gestures between us, looking understandably nervous. "So is this a problem?" "No, he's waiting because he doesn't have anything better to do. I'll be right back." I skate over to Randy because I'm not exactly sure it isn't a problem based on what happened in the changing room. He's reclining in a chair one row back from the boards with his arms slung casually across the seat next to him. He flashes me a smile that's anything but easy. I point a finger at him as soon as I'm close enough. "I'm on to you." His eyes flare slightly before he cocks his head to the side, giving me his signature grin. "On to me? It's not like I was hiding out." "I'm just watch," I cut him off. "Don't even think about lying." He opens his mouth and then closes it. Speechless, Randy is new. He has a quick retort for just about everything. I take advantage of his silence. "Yes or no, you ambushed me in the locker room so I'd smell like you when I came out here to practice with Finlay." "What kind of name is Finlay anyway?" "That's not a yes or a no." He runs a hand over his beard and mumbles something. I crook a finger. "See mere." He regards me with something like chagrin before he unfurls from his seated position. Randy's a big man. He's well over 6 feet tall, broad and weighing in at more than 200 pounds during the off-season. He has to work hard to keep that weight on during game season because he burns calories faster than he can consume them. He may look intimidating to some, but he's not to me. He jumps the seats to stand in the first row. Only the boards separate us. His tongue peeks out to wet his bottom lip as he looks me over. I have to adjust my tights again. If I had to guess, I'd say he's worked up. He likes me feisty. "I didn't quite catch that," I say softly. Randy grips the boards, his fingertips going white as his gaze lifts over my head, likely to my skating partner before it settles on me again. "Can you blame me?" "Blame you for what exactly?" "Wanting you to smell like me." I totally called it. "So you're aiming for 21st century caveman now? Is this your version of marking your territory?" He frowns. "Dogs do that, not cavemen or evolved cavemen like me, apparently." I prop a fist on my hip. "You know what I mean, it's the same thing." "It's not even remotely the same." He's being difficult on purpose. He knows it gets me worked up. Right now I'm legitimately irritated, though, and I'm offended that it seems a lot like he doesn't trust me. Although now isn't really the time to have it out about trust issues. Here's the corrected and moderated text. "We're not arguing about this now. I didn't realize it was an argument at all. That guy has his hands all over you. We dance to this song all the time. I think it's reasonable for me to want him to know you're not available." I didn't even consider how often we dance to the song. "And you thought the best way to accomplish that was by being so close to me in the locker room 10 minutes before I had to be on the ice with him. You seem to enjoy yourself." My magic marble agrees. "That's beside the point. We'll be talking about this later." "That sounds like a good idea. You can tell me exactly what you liked best about our time together in the changing room, and if there's anything you'd want me to do differently next time." I'm not kidding. Neither am I. I take our time together very seriously. Randy manages not to crack a smile. "Wanna introduce me to Finlay? So he can run when he sees you coming for him?" "Pretty much." "Get off my girl, Randy, so maybe I'm being somewhat unreasonable, but I'm also still new at the girlfriend thing. And this guy seems like a jerk. Or maybe that's me being overprotective of what's mine." Not that Lily is a possession, but she's my girlfriend, and I don't want anyone putting the moves on her. Especially not this guy. I did some research before I decided I should stay and watch Lily skate. Apparently Finlay has had a relationship with his last two skating partners. I get that Lily is his instructor, not his partner, but today is a one-on-one session. I want to make sure he's aware that she's not a viable dating option. It's not that I don't trust Lily. I do. She's more than capable of taking care of herself, but I don't ever want her to be in a position where that's a problem. She's gorgeous and talented. I get a little nervous. I'm also a whole lot stressed about the beginning of the season and being away from her for extended periods of time. I've gotten used to being home with her, seeing her every day. The upcoming season is going to be an adjustment. Lily motions for the guy to come over so she can do the introduction thing. He's shorter than me by a good 4 inches, and I definitely outweigh him by at least 40 pounds. Based on what his spandex doesn't hide, I'm also way more equipped to take care of Lily's needs. Be nice, Lily hisses. I extend a hand and smile instead of confronting him. I need to get a handle on this jealousy. Hey, I'm Randy. Hey, hi Finlay, he takes my offered palm. I'm Lily's boyfriend. She lives with me, in my house. Lily makes a sound like she's choking or coughing or both. I glance at her. I don't think that was the right thing to say. Right, okay. Finlay blinks and swallows. I read that somewhere. Lily slaps a palm on the boards. We should probably get back to it. She gives me an overly sweet, somewhat annoyed smile. You know what I'd love? Judging from her tone, I don't think it's another changing room moment. What's that, Luscious? A tea. You want me to get you one from the concession stand? She makes a face. The tea here isn't great. Oh. I'd like a chai latte. There's a Starbucks down the street. It's like a 10-minute walk. You don't mind, do you? Finlay, do you want anything? Finlay looks uncomfortable. No, I'm good, thanks. Clearly Lily's trying to get rid of me, which means I've definitely said the wrong thing. I tried to be nice. Okay, maybe I didn't try that hard, but I can make up for it with food. You want anything besides a chai latte? I can get you one of those oat bar things you like. That'd be great. This time her smile holds less tension. I lean in to kiss her, but she gives me her cheek. I back off, and when she turns her head, I manage to connect her mouth with mine. The PDA must be too much for Finlay because he says something about it being nice to meet me and skates away. Did you even wash your face? She whispers when he's out of hearing range. This time I don't bother to hold back my grin. Why, here's the corrected and moderated version of the text. Can you smell yourself on me? You're unbelievable. What about your hands? Please tell me you washed those. I hold a finger up under my nose and then offer it to her. Wanna check? Oh my gosh, no, she bats it away. Smells like luscious lilies. You have a problem. What can I say? I'm an addict. You're insane is what you are. Go get me a latte. You're making Finlay nervous. Good, that's exactly what I want him to be. I consider how my presence might affect Lily in this situation. Am I making you nervous? No. Just harder to do my job. Distracted? No. You sure? She pushes on my chest. Can you go? You're such a distraction. I take her hand and kiss her fingers. Are you upset with me? The jury's still out on that. Now go and don't rush back. She pulls her hand from my grip and skates off, waving behind her back. She also adjusts her tights, which draws attention to her backside. That would be fine if it was just me noticing, but I'm about to leave, which means Finlay will have plenty of time to look while I'm gone. Darn it. I want to return to the rink as fast as possible, even though Lily doesn't seem to want me there, so I take my truck instead of walking. It only takes 2 minutes to drive to Starbucks. But it's the kind with no drive-through, so I end up circling the block and finding a spot down the street. There must be some event nearby because the place is packed not just with the usual laptop crowd. There's a long line waiting to order and a sizable group at the counter. I get asked for an autograph 3 times, and of course, there are selfies. By the time I get back in my truck, Lily's session with Finlay is already over. When I return to the arena, I check the rink anyway, but it's now filled with little kids practicing. I head for the changing room to find the door locked. Shoot. I really hope she isn't too upset with me. That wouldn't be a good way to start our weekend. I stand in the hall holding her latte and an oat bar plus a muffin because Lily is always hungry and wait. My phone buzzes. It's Miller, wondering when we'll arrive. I send him a voice memo saying we'll be on our way soon. Then I text Lily to let her know I'm waiting outside the locked door. As soon as it opens, I step forward. Are we alone in here? Yes, but you're not pulling that stunt on me again. I close the door and lock it. I'm sorry. I set the latte down and take her face in my hands, then I kiss her gently. She wriggles at first but eventually hugs me back. I kiss her neck, her jaw, and her cheek. When I reach her lips, she pulls back slightly. I thought you said you were okay with me teaching pairs. I am okay with you teaching pairs. Really? Because the locker room antics and territorial behavior suggest otherwise. I wanted to meet him. She gives me a look. Do you know his history? He's had relationships with his last two partners. Honestly, when she said she was teaching pairs, I didn't consider that part of it would involve demonstrating moves with him before he tried them with his partner. Note, the text has been moderated for YouTube compliance while preserving the original tone and context. But I'm not his partner. And I'm with you, so that's not relevant anyway. How do you even know that about him? I read it somewhere, and you're his instructor, which makes you like his #1 fantasy. I bet he wants to impress you more than he does his partner. Did you internet stalk him? She asks, sounding incredulous. No, I read a couple of articles because I was curious and I wanted to see what he looked like, who you were working with. I'm digging myself a deeper hole with all this honesty. First of all, he's my student. Yeah, but he's 19. He still has acne, and he probably only has to shave once a week. Secondly, I already have a seriously amazing boyfriend. Thirdly, he's not even remotely as attractive as you are. On a scale of 1 to 10, you're a 12 and he's maybe a 2, I offer. I was going to be nice and say 6. I can tell she's trying to appease me even though she's still kind of upset. So that's what this whole setup was about today, me teaching pairs and you needing to make sure my student knows you're my boyfriend. And that I live with you in your house? I figured that was pushing the line. I'm sorry. I don't want you to be sorry, I want you to trust me. I do trust you. It's the 19-year-old bundle of energy I don't trust. I take a deep breath and decide to come clean. My sister called this morning. I think she's like homesick but doesn't want to come out and say it. I'm kinda worried about her. The season's starting soon, and my dad called last week for the first time in months. Those conversations are always uplifting, and he called again today saying he might be in the area. I don't feel like dealing with him, and then there's this pairs thing. It's great, and I totally support this because you're amazing on the ice, but I didn't realize this guy was gonna get to put his hands on you for like an extended period of time and like touch you and all that, and that song is our song, and I don't want him to touch you. Wow, I sound like a controlling jerk. Maybe I am. I really hope not. Oh, baby. Lily strokes my beard and her fingertips brush over my lips. It's not the reaction I expected. Is Bryn okay? It can't be easy with her so far away. I don't know, there's gotta be more going on than she's telling me. I hate that she's all the way in Australia. I can't do anything. I'm not awesome with the talking, as you know. You're better than you think. I don't know about that. Shoot, I'm sorry I was a jerk. You weren't a jerk, maybe a little possessive and ridiculous. She stresses the word in ridiculous and gets a smile out of me. Lily pushes up on her toes and runs her hands through my hair. Her touch is gentle, soothing. It's what I need. She's what I need. Sometimes it makes me nervous how much, like now, and earlier when she was skating with that guy to our song. Why didn't you tell me your dad called? It puts me in a bad mood. I figured it wasn't worth mentioning. Lily sighs. You can tell me these things, Randy. You don't have to keep this stuff to yourself. I know, I get worried. Worried about what? He was talking about coming to Chicago this weekend. Did you tell him we were going to be away? I mentioned I wouldn't be in town. But that doesn't stop him from wanting a place to crash. I could manage that before, but not with Lily living with me. He's grown progressively worse over the past couple of years, making a mess, being difficult. Sometimes it's hard to be honest. I'm not accustomed to having these truthful conversations about feelings. I haven't really expressed how much it worries me that I'm going to be on the road. And my dad's recent phone calls haven't helped. He's also mentioned the girlfriend rumors, and I haven't told him about Lily. But then if he bothered to check the media, he'd know anyway. When I talked to him last week, he was full of his usual little digs about my playing, about how I handle myself off the ice, about my mom, just everything. And he gets to me, he gets in my head and makes me question what I can and can't handle. I hate it. Squeezing my eyes shut, I shove down the negative thoughts. I just want this weekend with my girlfriend without any issues. I take in Lily's outfit. She's wearing a sundress, and I can tell she's not wearing a bra. The dress is strapless, and she rarely bothers with them unless necessary. The top is gathered and elastic, and I run a finger from one collarbone to the other. Lily, I murmur, my voice low. She knows exactly what I'm thinking. You want a distraction from what's going on in your head, she asks, reading me perfectly. This is why I love her. She calls me out and then makes everything better. It might help, I admit. She drops her bag and pulls me close, her lips meeting mine. I tug her dress down, letting it fall to the floor while she fumbles with my belt. Where's your underwear? I ask, hands on her hips. In my bag. I wanted to be prepared, she says with a smirk. Her hand slides into my waistband and I groan as she touches me. I lift her up, pressing her against the wall, our bodies perfectly aligned. You need a primer or are you good to go? I ask. I've been ready, she breathes. I kiss her again, losing myself in the moment. Later, when we get to the cottage, we'll have more time, but for now this is enough. By the time we're done, we both have messages waiting, Lily's from Sunny, mine from Miller. We reply quickly, letting them know we're on our way. When we arrive, Alex and Darren are already there with Violet and Charlene. Neither of you is allowed to use the bathroom before we leave, Violet teases. Already taken care of, Lily replies sweetly, making me chuckle. Road head, Violet asks. Nope, Lily says, hiding a smile behind her latte cup. Sunny wrinkles her nose. Please tell me you didn't have a private time in a Starbucks bathroom. No way, those are gross, Lily laughs. We had a little fun in the locker room. Violet grins. Nice, those locker rooms are surprisingly clean. She turns to Waters. We should try that again sometime. Here's the corrected and moderated version, except let's not get caught this time. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that again, and if this is the kind of conversation you plan on having, I vote you girls drive together, he says. What he said? Westinghouse points at Waters. Sunny's not going with the girls if Violet's driving. Miller gives her belly a protective pat. Violet puts her hands on her hips and pushes her chest out. She's wearing a tank top that says awesome across the front. They really don't need the extra attention. I'm not that bad of a driver. That gets a round of throat clearing. She looks around at the group. Oh, come on, I've only had 2 little fender benders. This year, Miller says. You backed your car into an 8-foot fence last week, Charlene points out. I didn't see it. Because you weren't paying attention, Sunny says. Because there was a spider on my windshield, Violet protests. Lily can drive my truck and we'll take the SUV. If we hadn't just had a private moment in the changing room, I wouldn't be so open to this arrangement, but maybe a couple hours of girl bonding time will minimize the number of really awkward conversations they need to have after we're all together. See. Violet turns to Alex and gestures between me and Lily. Balls lets Lily drive his truck, and I bet she doesn't even have to bribe him with favors. Miller holds up his hand. Save those convos for the car ride, and Randy lets Lily drive his truck because she doesn't run into stationary objects. Can we get a move on? I want to be on the road before rush hour hits. He turns to Sunny and rubs her rounded stomach. Sunny Sunshine, you need to hit the bathroom before we roll out. It's probably a good idea. The rest of us pile into the vehicles while Sunny makes one last bathroom trip. Apparently being 8 months pregnant means you have to pee a lot more often. I've been warned that we may need to stop on the way. In addition to the people, we have Titan and Andy, Sunny's dogs, along for the ride, plus an extra they're fostering because Sunny had a weak moment. They're calling him Wiener because he's a wiener dog. Titan is a tiny little papillon, and he's riding with the girls along with the wiener, but Andy is a huge Dane, so he's riding in the SUV with us. Miller makes Sunny sit in the backseat because he thinks it's safer. Then he settles into the SUV and proceeds to text her every 5 minutes for the first half hour of the trip to make sure she's okay. We can see the truck right next to us on the highway. Dude, Lily's an excellent driver, Sunny'll be fine, I reassure him. I know. He pockets his phone and taps on the armrest. Sunny getting pregnant wasn't planned, but Miller seems to be dealing with it pretty well. It's weird to think about him becoming a dad when a little more than a year ago he was notorious with the ladies. He's a little overprotective, but I guess that makes sense. Lily and I were the first ones to find out about it. It was a huge shock, and there was some family drama. Waters wasn't all that excited at first, but things are good now. For a couple of weeks after Sunny got pregnant, Lily and I went back to being extra careful out of sheer paranoia. It lasted 2 boxes, and then we relaxed because we ran out in the middle of the night, and neither of us was willing to settle for less. Lily's been on birth control for a long time, and she's really good about taking them at the same time every day, so we've relaxed about the whole thing. I still have no desire to get her pregnant. Her mother might actually be upset with me if that happened. Right now Lily's mom likes me, and I want to keep it that way. An hour into the drive, we stop so Sunny can pee again. We all get out to stretch our legs while Waters gasses up the SUV. Miller heads directly for the washroom, presumably to check on Sunny. The amount he worries about her makes me question the whole parenting thing, possibly at any point. Lily and I have been dating for less than a year. I'm good with the living together deal, and she seems to be too. We're both young, and we come from broken families. Statistically, that doesn't put us in the best position, but I try not to dwell on that too much because it's a negative way to think. I find Lily at the checkout of the convenience store with an armload of snacks. She deposits them on the counter as I pull out my phone to snap a couple of pics of her. I lean down and press a kiss to her shoulder, then run my nose up the side of her neck, snapping photo after photo the entire time. If I printed them out, it'd be like a flip book. The teenage boy behind the cash register looks away. "You fueling up so you're ready for later?" I whisper in her ear. Lily giggles. Sunny's hungry and she can't decide what she wants, so I stocked up on some of everything. I point to the bag of Doritos. "I'd appreciate it if you didn't eat any of those unless your plan is to make your breath so bad I don't want to kiss you for the rest of the weekend." "Those are for Charlene. She mad at Darren or something? Doesn't seem like it, but you never know what's up with those two." I don't really get that relationship. They've been together almost as long as Waters and Violet, but it still seems pretty casual. Westinghouse is hard to get a read on. He's a quiet guy and private. He and Waters are tight, which is why we hang out, but I still don't know all that much about him. I pull my wallet from my back pocket, find my credit card, and toss it on the counter. Lily snatches it up before the cashier does. "I can get this." "I know you can, but I'm gonna take that bag of gummy bears and the Twizzlers too, so I'd feel bad about you paying for those. Just let me get it, please." Lily gives me a look, but she passes back the card and I hand it to the kid. Sometimes it's hard for her to deal with me paying for things all the time. But I have the money, and while her job pays well, relatively speaking, it's got nothing on my salary. I try not to make it a thing, but she's got pride and she doesn't want a free ride. I understand that and appreciate it. It doesn't mean I don't want to spoil her anyway. I just find more subtle ways to do it. "Thank you," she says softly. "You don't need to thank me for taking your candy." I nibble on her shoulder. The chime of the door opening reminds me we're not alone. "For the love of public affection, give this poor kid a break," Violet says, gesturing to the cashier who has turned a bright shade of red. "Do you two need 10 minutes alone before we hit the road, or do you think you can make it another hour?" I back up off Lily. "We'll manage. Just making sure. Oh, you got me Swedish fish. I love you, Lily Pad." Violet pushes her way between us and drapes an arm over Lily's shoulder. "Call me that again and I'll eat the entire bag in front of you and I won't share," Lily snaps. Violet raises her hands. "Sorry, I thought it was cute, maybe not." Based on Lily's comment, I'm going with not, which means I'm going to call her that later tonight just to tease her. The kid behind the counter packs the snacks into a bag. Violet grabs the chips. "Who asked for these?" "Charlene." She frowns and looks over her shoulder to the parking lot. Charlene is sitting sideways in the truck and Darren's standing between her legs. They appear to be having a conversation. I guess it's her choice if she only wants things one way this weekend. The kid behind the counter coughs. I finish paying for the goods and we all head back out to the vehicles. Violet tosses the bag of Doritos to Charlene, whose eyes widen as Darren's expression darkens. He says one last thing to her and steps back. Shifting her legs so they're back in the truck, he closes the door. The window's open, so she grabs his sleeve before he can walk away. He doesn't look particularly amused as he turns back to her, but he sticks his head in the window. "I seriously wonder what the deal is there," I say. Lily threads her fingers through mine. "Yeah, me too. I hope they're not gonna argue all weekend." "I don't know that they argue," she kisses my bicep. "What do you call that?" I incline my head in their direction. "I think it's a game like cat and mouse." I just can't figure out who's the cat and who's the mouse. It's an interesting observation, but I still hope it's not a sign of what the rest of the weekend is going to be like. I don't need their strange drama affecting my good time. How to revive a boyfriend, Lily. As I approach, Darren walks away from the truck holding the bag of Doritos. He's smirking, which is uncommon for him. I glance at Charlene to find she's wearing a similar look. I don't ask because I'm not sure I want to know what the fascination is with Doritos. To my knowledge, all they do is make your breath horrible. Back on the road, Violet sits beside me, fiddling with the music while Sunny rifles through the snacks and tries one of everything apart from the beef jerky, which is mine. She's kind enough to open the bag for me, though. That's new. In addition to not touching or eating meat, Sunny usually opens a window when meat products are nearby, as if the molecules will somehow infiltrate her body through smell. Violet gives up on finding a clear station and chooses a playlist on her phone. It's the Tragically Hip, my favorite Canadian band, perfect cottage music. She turns to Charlene. So what's the deal with the Doritos? Huh? Charlene stops adjusting her necklace and looks up from her phone. Why would you want to ruin your weekend by eating Doritos, or is Darren a bad kisser and that's your way of making sure you don't have to kiss him? Darren's an excellent kisser. Sure, so why the stinky breath chips? Violet asks. They aren't in the truck, are they? Sunny looks concerned. Darren took them, I say. Oh, that's good, otherwise I'd want to eat them and then I wouldn't be able to kiss Miller later and that would be sad. Sunny blinks a few times like she's fighting tears. Pregnancy has made her extra emotional. Lately she's been crying at bathroom tissue commercials, and her volunteer position at the SPCA has resulted in the foster wiener dog snuggled up beside me. He's so adorable, but they already have 2 dogs and a baby on the way. I don't know that they need more things to take care of. I guess you're not getting as much alone time all that often anymore, what with the volleyball you're packing, Violet muses. We only have romantic time 5 or 6 times a week now, Sunny says wistfully. Only? Charlene seems shocked. Miller likes morning time and I like night time, so we switch back and forth, except we take a day off a week. That's Miller's cookie-eating day. Violet opens her mouth and then shuts it. Her cheeks puff out. She gestures to Sunny's tummy. Isn't it uncomfortable? Sunny pats her stomach. Well, we can't really do certain positions anymore, but Miller knows how to make me feel good. Amen to that, sister. Charlene gives her a high five. Says the woman who was planning to eat a bag of Doritos, Violet points out. I was never going to eat them. I wanted Darren to think I was. Tonight is going to be amazing. Charlene has a mischievous gleam in her eye. Violet shakes her head. And you think I'm weird? You dress up Alex's, accessories like a superhero. You are weird, Charlene counters. She's right about that being odd, Sunny agrees. Whatever. Alex doesn't mind, and it keeps things interesting. Charlene says something, but I don't catch it. They continue to debate the oddness of Violet's playful habits. I stay out of the conversation because as much as I agree that it's unusual, I've considered doing something similar with Randy. We make one more stop about 15 minutes from the cottage, partly because Sunny needs to pee again and also because we need groceries with 4 hockey players and a pregnant woman. There are a lot of food needs to cover to get through the weekend. Alex has already ordered a bunch of supplies scheduled to arrive tomorrow, but we still have dinner tonight, snacks, and possibly breakfast. Plus drinks. The town we stop in is quaint, with cute little shops and a grocery store that caters to the well-off visitors with cottages on Lake Geneva. The cottage is actually in Wisconsin, not Chicago, but it's just outside, so I call it the Chicago cottage to differentiate between this one and the one where Randy and I first met. We pile out of the truck. Sunny stretches and groans, maybe because she gets stiff when she sits for too long. There's also a burger joint across the street. Sunny inhales deeply and the groan becomes a sigh. Normally she'd be at least mildly grossed out. But now that I think about it, lately she's been suggesting stops at fast food places when we're out. Maybe it's so her vegan self can enjoy the smell of burgers without feeling guilty. The guys get out of the SUV and Darren finds the closest garbage can, tossing a few things into it. One of them looks very much like an empty bag of chips. Charlene rushes over and looks in. You didn't. Smile spreads across Darren's face. I did. He wraps an arm around her waist, pulling her close. Charlene shrieks and tries to wrestle her way out of his grip, but Darren holds her ponytail so she can't move her head. He blows right in her face. Charlene covers her mouth and nose with her palm while Darren laughs. Randy gestures in their direction. Someone should take a picture of that. I pull out my phone and snap a few. I assume that means he ate the chips. And a bag of onion rings, Miller says. I make a face. You. Right. Randy laces our fingers and pulls me toward the grocery store. That's the strangest flirting I've ever seen. We leave them in the parking lot, grab a grocery cart, and divide the list. Randy and I spend a significant amount of time in the vegetable aisle. He playfully examines all the oddly shaped produce while I take pictures, recording his silliness. When we come back out, we find Darren and Charlene in the back of the SUV. All the windows are open. He looks relaxed, based on the way his arm is stretched across the backseat. Charlene's face is red and she looks tense. I'm not sure if the chips served their intended purpose or not. We switch things up for the last leg of the trip, which is short. Sonny and Miller take the backseat of the truck, and Randy takes the wheel while I ride shotgun. We've all been to the Chicago cottage before. It was this past spring, right after Alex and Violet got married. They had a party to appease the moms, who didn't get to plan a wedding. Their Vegas wedding was exactly what those two needed, and not at all what Sonny's going to get when she and Miller tie the knot. Sky, Violet's mom and Miller's stepmom, and Daisy, Sonny and Alex's mom, already have a list of 300 guests, and it keeps growing. Sonny doesn't seem to mind, and neither does Miller. He's happy to have a set of moms who want to help out with things, since he lost his when he was a kid. The only thing I'm worried about for this weekend is too much wedding talk. I've noticed that when we spend time with Miller and Sonny, and wedding or baby talk comes up, which is frequently Randy gets quiet. I've assured him more than once that I'm not interested in having kids, and he always laughs it off, but I think it makes him nervous anyway. If I'm honest with myself, I'm not sure I ever want to get married. I don't necessarily believe it cements people together or makes them any more faithful to each other, which is Randy's primary concern. I guess one of the good things about having no actual connection to my father is that there's nothing to miss or deal with. Robbie Waters, Sonny and Alex's dad, has always been sort of a father figure for me anyway. We pull into the driveway behind Alex's SUV. Both of Alex's cottages are more house than cabin, but the one in Canada is far more rustic than this. This is a giant, modern house on a lake with lots of windows and gorgeous views of the water from every bedroom. I love living in Chicago, but having grown up in the much quieter, more rural city of Guelph, the busyness of Chicago can be overwhelming. Coming up here, where we can relax and hang out and just be, is necessary sometimes. We unload all the groceries first and then move upstairs to claim our rooms. The cottage has 6 bedrooms, all with connected bathrooms and private balconies. It's almost like staying at a bed and breakfast. Randy follows me down the hall, away from Alex and Violet's bedroom. I've learned it's best to give those two some space. Violet is an excitable person, and that includes when she's affectionate. Once we're in our room, Randy closes the door, locking us in. That was the longest 2-hour drive ever. I'm aware the quick moment we had in the changing room was just a holdover. Despite our mini discussion, I'm positive Randy's recent need for closeness is going to continue this weekend. He drops my suitcase and his duffel on the end of the bed, finds our toiletry bag, and inclines his head toward the bathroom. Interested in getting comfortable with me? You want a shower before we go swimming? Showering wasn't what I had in mind. Oh no. He gives his head a slow shake. What kind of relaxing activity did you have in mind then? We're almost at the bathroom when someone starts knocking on our bedroom door. Randy pulls me over the threshold. Ignore it, they'll go away. Hey guys, Sonny has a bit of a problem, Miller says through the door. Randy closes his eyes and exhales a long breath. All I want is a little uninterrupted time. Is that too much to ask? He sounds annoyed, but he adjusts my dress. Randy is nothing if not a loyal friend. I kiss the side of his neck, close to his ear. Tonight, when everyone goes to bed, we'll have plenty of time. That's so far away. He's so cute when he's pouting. I open the door to find Miller with his hands shoved in his pockets, looking distressed. He glances at Randy, who's shirtless, and then me. I'm sorry I had to interrupt, but Sunny doesn't have a bathing suit top that fits. Randy steps up behind me, ready to close the door. You interrupted us over a bathing suit top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but Lily's bathing suit tops won't fit Sunny, Randy snaps. I give him a look. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm not saying it to be rude. I really admire your figure, you know that. He moves to reach out, then thinks better of it. I'm just pointing out that she's not going to get much coverage if she borrows something from you. His argument makes sense. Violet should have something that will fit her. Yeah, she's busy right now, and Sunny's locked herself in the bathroom. She's upset and I can't get her to calm down. He looks at me. I thought maybe you could help. I'm really sorry. I know the timing isn't great. Don't worry about it. I pat Randy on the shoulder. Why don't you change into your swimsuit? I'll be back soon. If I get emotional, will you help me deal with my situation? Randy asks, half joking. I'll handle that later, I say, leaving him in the doorway as Miller and I walk away. Sunny and Miller have the room next to ours. From down the hall, I hear muffled, rhythmic noises. Is that coming from Alex and Violet's room? I ask. Pretty sure, yeah, Miller says, wincing. You'd think they'd move the bed away from the wall. They might actually be, occupied near the door. Right, okay, that's not awkward. The story of my life right there, I'm really sorry. I know everyone was probably hoping for some alone time, and I thought Sunny might be too, but then she started unpacking. I give his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. There's plenty of time for privacy later. I'm not sure Randy agrees with that. Randy has his own schedule, and he usually gets his way. It won't hurt him to wait. Miller leads me into their room. Sunny's suitcase is open on the bed, clothes scattered, but she's not there. I can hear her crying in the bathroom. I knock and let her know it's me. She opens the door slightly, sniffling, one eye peeking through the gap. Miller says you're having swimsuit trouble. Can I come in? She opens the door just enough for me to enter. She's wrapped in a beach towel, hiding her swimsuit. Sunny is stunning in a model-like way, tall, graceful, and glowing even now. The only obvious change is her rounded belly and the extra fullness in her chest. Sunny hiccups. I can't go swimming this weekend. As her due date nears, her emotions have been all over the place. I don't know if that's typical or just her, but lately she's been crying a lot, and that's not like Sunny. She's usually bright and cheerful, just like her name. I'm sure it's not that bad. Sunny drops the towel. She's wearing lemon yellow bikini bottoms, the same ones from last summer. The top, which fit perfectly then, barely covers her now. Wow, you've definitely filled out more. They're huge. They're not that big. And my features are way more noticeable now. You can see them through the fabric. Miller used to like them before. What if they stay like this? What if he doesn't like them anymore? What if he doesn't want to be close this weekend? I feel so big, and look at this line. She points to a faint mark running down her belly. What even is that? Why is it there? Sunny throws her arms around me, sobbing. She's never been this self-conscious before. You're not big, Sunny. You're pregnant and you're beautiful. We'll borrow a swimsuit top from Violet. Hers will fit better. I pat her back as she continues to cry. I have no idea if her appearance will ever go back to the way it was. What if I end up with stretch marks? Is it vain that I don't want stretch marks? I miss my body. I miss normal intimacy. I miss being able to see my feet. It's an emotional moment. I'm not sure I've ever seen Sunny this upset, apart from when she and Miller were first dating and there were several unfortunate misunderstandings regarding pictures on social media. I let her cry on me for another minute or two, and then Miller knocks on the door. Sunny Sunshine, can I do anything to help? It's fine, I'm fine. Sunny hiccups at the end. You don't sound fine, sweets. Can you let me in, please? I don't want him to see me like this, Sunny whispers. Hasn't he seen you in a lot less than this recently? I whisper back. Sunny frowns as she ponders this. Well, yes. So why are you worried about him seeing you in a swimsuit that's too small? Sunny twirls her hair around her finger and rubs it over her lips. It's what she does when she's thinking, and sometimes when she's nervous. She did it a lot when she and Miller were first dating, and she wasn't sure she could handle being with someone who had such a complicated history with relationships. I don't know, so I can open the door for him? I guess. I flip the lock and open the door. Miller's arm is stretched over his head, holding the jam. He looks at me and then at Sunny. His eyes go wide as he takes her in with a low whistle. Wow. Miller raises his hands like he's holding something. You've really changed. Sunny adjusts her swimsuit top. It's too small. Miller clears his throat. Yeah, just a little. I'll get a spare from Violet. I step around Miller, who's still holding his hands up like he's waiting for something. I pad down the hall to Violet and Alex's room and listen for a few seconds, hoping they're done with private time. There are no sounds coming from inside, so I knock and wait. Violet opens the door. Her long hair is pulled up in a messy ponytail. She's wearing a sheer cover-up over a red swimsuit. Hey, wow, I didn't expect to see you for at least another hour or two, Violet says. We're not that bad. She makes a face. I don't defend myself further. When we went to Vegas a few months ago, we got our own suite so we didn't have to worry about privacy. I need to borrow a swimsuit top, I tell her. Violet's eyes dart to me. 6 months ago I might have been self-conscious, but my partner loves me as I am, so I'm not worried about my appearance anymore. It's not for me, it's for Sunny. Oh, she's having trouble with her swimsuit and feeling emotional about it. Alex appears in the doorway behind Violet. His hair is wet like he just got out of the shower. What's going on? Sunny's situation, Violet replies. Hold on, I've got options. She brushes past Alex, who looks confused. Do I even want an explanation? He asks. Sunny's preparing for changes, Violet calls from the bedroom. Oh, right, okay. I'll meet you girls down at the dock then. He steps around me as if he can't get out of here fast enough. Violet rummages through her dresser, tossing swimwear over her shoulder. Wow, here's the revised text with improved formatting and YouTube-compliant adjustments. How many bikinis do you have? A lot. She holds another one up, shakes her head, and tosses it on the dresser. You know how some guys buy lots of baseball caps and some women have shoe and purse collections? Sure, I guess. I'm not sure what this has to do with the ridiculous number of bathing suits Violet owns, but often her conversation starters don't make a lot of sense. Alex has a thing for bikinis. He buys them for me all the time. Actually, he buys them for my I think he gift wraps them so he can address the cards accordingly. You two are crazy, you know that? Oh yeah, totally. She shoves the drawer closed with her hip and I follow her down the hall. I have bathing suit options. Violet announces as we step into Sunny and Miller's room. The door is wide open, so that should be a sure sign it's safe to enter. It isn't. Sunny's sitting on the bathroom vanity with Miller standing between her legs. His swim shorts are pushed down slightly and they're clearly in the middle of a very private moment. Violet throws the bikinis up in the air and spins around. Seriously, why is the door open? I did not need to see that. Violet storms out, grumbling to herself about unexpected surprises. I pull the door closed behind me, my cheeks burning. I need to bleach my brain, I mutter. I'll see you down at the dock, Violet calls as she disappears downstairs. I hurry down the hall, eager to put some distance between myself and that scene. I fully expect Randy to be down at the dock already, but I'm surprised to find him lying on the bed when I enter our room. He's wearing his swim shorts, but they're undone and there's a note card sitting on his chest. This should be interesting. I close the door and lock it, then tiptoe over to the bed. He could be asleep. I lean in and whisper, Randy, close to his ear. I get nothing, not even a flinch. I pluck the note from his chest and giggle at the block letters written across the top in Randy's rushed scrawl. It reads, Rip Randall, ballistic cause. Lack of access to Lily's affection to revive me. You can try the following. Remember to start with step 1. 1. Show me some love. 2. Kiss me. Full hugs are always welcome. 3. If steps 1 and 2 fail, remind me how much you care. I toss the card on his chest with a snort and take a step toward the bathroom. Randy latches onto my wrist. Where do you think you're going? I stumble and drop down on the bed. His eyes are still closed. I thought you were resting in peace. I get no response this time, just a tiny tick in his left cheek. He releases my wrist and goes back to playing dead. I have no idea what to expect, but I assume freshening up will have to wait. Climbing onto the mattress, I kneel beside him, taking a moment to appreciate how much I adore him. I run my hand down his chest. When I get to his navel, he stops my hand. He cracks a lid. Step 1. He closes his eye again and releases my hand. You know, you're pretty demanding for someone who's supposed to be dead. His mouth twitches, but he remains still otherwise. He's in a playful mood today. This version maintains the humor and dynamics while ensuring it meets YouTube's content guidelines. Let me know if you'd like any further refinements. I'm interested to see how the rest of the weekend plays out. I admire him for a few seconds because I don't always have the chance. As I've mentioned, Randy doesn't usually like to wait for what he wants. This note card approach is something new. You're impatient today, aren't you? I tease. You would be too if you had to wait all day to be close to your girlfriend, he replies. All day, we've been together almost nonstop the last 5 hours. All of that was too rushed to count, he says with a grin. I laugh as he playfully nudges me into position. His hands guide me gently, and I settle comfortably. His warm smile tells me he's enjoying this moment as much as I am. How many times do you think I can make you happy like this? He asks, his tone playful. I tap my lip thoughtfully. Maybe once or twice, Randy makes a disbelieving sound. I'm gonna say at least 4. Pretty confident, aren't you? He chuckles, his touch light and teasing. Pretty soon you're gonna be asking for more. Oh, you think so, do you? I know so, he says, his voice full of warmth. I smile, enjoying the playful back and forth. The tension from the week melts away as we share this light-hearted moment. His hands are gentle, his expression affectionate. Lily, he murmurs, his voice soft. Randy, I reply, almost sighing. He starts to move, but I place a hand on his shoulder. Not yet, I whisper. Not yet, what do you want me to wait for? He asks, his eyes full of curiosity. I grin, enjoying the anticipation. His gaze is fixed on me, full of admiration and care. The connection between us is strong and the moment feels perfect. Want this? I tease, holding my hand just out of reach. Give it, he says with a playful growl. I laugh, pulling back slightly, but he's quick. His hands are gentle as he reaches for me, and I can't help but smile. The affection between us is undeniable, and the playful energy keeps the moment light and fun. With a shared laugh, we relax into the moment, enjoying each other's company, and the warmth between USI let out a happy sigh because the moment is everything I hoped for. When I feel steady again, I lean back and run my fingers through Randy's hair. His face is close, but he seems perfectly content. After the first wave of pleasure, he pauses and holds up a finger. That's one. Just like earlier, there's no break. He continues, and the second wave hits me fast and strong. 2. He changes his approach then, gentle and slow, which might not have the same effect if I hadn't already experienced those first 2 moments. A third wave washes over me, and I notice the bathroom door is open. From this angle, I can see us in the mirror, a surprising but thrilling sight. He's holding me close, his hands steady as he keeps me balanced. Suddenly, I'm lifted and placed on the bed. Randy adjusts the view, deciding the dresser mirror gives a better angle. He positions himself behind me, his touch light and teasing as he kisses my hip and traces a path down my thigh. I laugh at the tickle of his beard and sigh when he continues, slow and deliberate. You should use your hands this time, I suggest. Do you think so? He murmurs, his voice playful. I love how you do things, but hands are nice too, I reply. He hums in response, his touch lingering near where I hoped, but he doesn't follow through just yet. Instead, he keeps going, holding me steady as another wave of pleasure takes over. When the fourth moment hits, he shifts slightly, his presence teasing but not giving in. How are you feeling? He asks. Ready for more, I say, my voice a little rough. He grins, clearly enjoying this. How much do you want it? I can't believe he's drawing this out. Usually, after such an intense moment, he doesn't hesitate. On a scale of 1 to 10, sure, that works. I should feel completely satisfied after 4 waves, but there's still something missing, a deeper connection that I crave. It's as if my heart knows there's more to be shared, and Randy must have figured it out too. So I have to assume he's done it on purpose, and then I remember him saying I'd be begging for his attention. Darn it, he's so not winning this game of his. He should already feel like he's won with the 4 intense moments. I bite my lip and go for the innocent look. About a 5. His eyes narrow. 5, okay, how about a 6? He pushes my leg off his shoulder and sits back on his heels. He's holding himself, thumb sweeping back and forth. Maybe I should take this to the bathroom and finish up in there if you're that uninterested. He sounds frighteningly serious, and he's got one foot on the floor. What? No. I scramble to my knees and wrap my arms around his neck. His presence presses against my stomach. 100. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm at 100. I don't know if I believe you. His knuckles brush my pelvis. I press my chest against his. I thought we were playing. So now that you think I'm gonna take away your fun, you decide you want me? I shake my head. No, you don't want me? I need you that much. This gets a smile out of him. My man needs to be needed these days. I don't have a problem with that as long as I understand where the uncertainty is coming from, which I think I do. I pull him back on the bed and he settles between my legs. I don't rush him this time. Instead, I let him tease me, and eventually I do exactly what he said I would. I ask for his closeness. When I'm on the verge of losing control, he props himself up on one arm and splays his other hand across my chest. His eyes stay on me as he moves, hips rocking slowly, so different from the earlier intensity. I cup his cheek and pull him closer. "I love you," I whisper against his lips. "I love you back." He kisses me when I reach my peak, holding me close. Beard conditioning Randy, I lie on top of Lily for a few minutes afterward. Not because I can't move, but because I don't want to. I know I'm being clingy and odd, but there's a lot going on right now, and I'm feeling uneasy. Also, if I move from this spot, there's a good chance I'll leave a mark on the comforter, and this isn't my cottage or my bed. There are laundry facilities, but it's not like it won't be obvious what was happening if we have to wash the quilt an hour after arriving. After another minute or two of me being Lily's human blanket, she says softly, "We should probably go down to the dock and be social for a few hours." "Probably," I agree. She pats my back. "Let me up so I can put a bathing suit on." I tuck an arm underneath her and roll us over, then shimmy until we're at the edge of the bed. "What are you doing?" "Not making a mess on the comforter." "Oh, good call. We should get a protective sheet for the rest of the weekend." I spin us around until I can plant my feet on the ground. Then I stand, with Lily still attached to me, and walk us to the bathroom. I'm still a little worked up, but I realize we've been up here for a while and another round would take even longer. We've been missing long enough. When we're in front of the vanity, I turn on the tap. I hold on to her, lift her up, and position her over the sink. "We have way too much practice with this move," Lily observes, her arms still wrapped around my neck. I bounce her around a bit before I set her down. "Yeah, but we don't have to change sheets as often this way." She kisses my chest, and I drop my head so I can get a real one. She gives me her cheek. "Ooh, you need to wash that beard." I check out my reflection. "Wow, you made a mess." Lily tweaks my side. "Jerk." "I love it when you freshen up my beard." She makes a playful sound. "You're so classy." I bite her finger lightly. Then I bring it up to my nose and take a sniff. It's the one she wouldn't give me when she was teasing me and herself. She tries to pull it out of my grasp. "What are you doing?" I slide my free fingers into the hair at the nape of her neck and bring hers to her nose. "You should probably wash your hands." She shoves my hand away. "Oh my gosh, you're so gross." I link my fingers with hers. "Have any idea how amazing that was?" "How amazing what was?" I'm still holding onto her hair, so when I run my nose along her cheek, she can't get away from me. "Touching yourself just above my face, the view was incredible." "Oh, I thought you might like that." Her voice is soft, breathy. "I liked it a lot." I gently nip at her jaw. "You know what else I liked?" "What else did you like?" I can barely hear her now. "We may not make it out of this room before dinner. It may be tomorrow morning." "Guess? I'm not good at guessing games." "Come on, Lily, or are you feeling all shy now?" I step back so I can see her face. Her cheeks are flushed, her eyes dart away. After all the time we've spent together in all the places, nothing should embarrass her, but clearly this does, which is why I'm pushing for an answer. And also, it's really exciting. I want her to do it again, only next time I want to be part of it. She lifts her eyes and her cheeks grow even pinker. It's barely a whisper when she asks, "Did you like it when I tasted myself?" "So much, you have no idea." I pull her closer. Lily's eyes roll up. "I have a pretty good idea. You know, in case you were worried, I'm totally fine with things just the way they are." "Thanks for the reassurance. You know, I was a little concerned, especially with how excited you get when I kiss you after I've been close." "What?" "It's okay, Lily." Was I unclear before? That's not a nickname you're allowed to start using. "You don't like it, I think it's sweet." "Sweet? Now I really don't like it." "Fine, I was just trying it out, and enjoying your taste is nothing to be embarrassed about. It's fine if you went through an experimental phase in college. I don't even mind if you want to tell me about it." I'm teasing her mostly because I'm completely sure she didn't have an experimental phase, or if she did, it wasn't like that. She bites her lip and gives me a shy smile. "Well, there was this one time freshman year when I stayed overnight in the all-girls dorm." "What?" She laughs. "Oh my gosh, your face right now." "Are you serious?" "No, I'm not serious, but if you want me to make up a story, I'm happy to do that for you." I'm good with things just the way they are. Kinda like I'm good with being the only one who ever made you feel that way. Exactly. Yeah, we're not leaving this room for a while. It's another half hour before we exit the bathroom. When I'm done with Lily, she's had 2 more wonderful moments, and she's promised me some special time later after we spend some time at the dock. She picks up the foaming soap pump and squirts it on me, then looks at the label. Oh, this is going to smell like black cherry Merlot. Fancy. You like red wine, right? Some of the foam drips onto the floor. I do, it'll be nice later. She hops off the vanity. You want help with that? It's probably better if I take care of this on my own. Why don't you put one of your new bathing suits on for me? She pauses to watch me. You mean the one you got me last week? What are you talking about? I didn't get you a new one. Liar, she pinches my side. Just because you take the tags off and hide it in my drawer doesn't mean I don't notice it's new. She wraps her arms around me from behind and kisses between my shoulder blades. But thank you for your sneaky generosity. It's highly self-serving. I like imagining the ways I can enjoy those suits when we're alone. Lily chuckles and disappears into the bedroom while I finish cleaning up. I'm finishing up when she walks back into the bathroom, wearing her newest bikini, the one I didn't buy for her. She twirls around. What do you think? I let out a low whistle. The top is strapless, and the bottoms look like a little skirt. It reminds me of one of her skating outfits, just with far less coverage. The white fabric contrasts beautifully with her naturally tanned skin, which has deepened in the summer sun. She flicks the ruffle at her waist. You did a good job. Maybe a little too good, I tease. She beams the perfect reaction. Lily spent years with a boyfriend who never appreciated how stunning she is. Now she's finally embracing it, and that's amazing. I want her to feel as beautiful as she truly is. I pull on my swim shorts and grab our towels while Lily packs sunglasses, sunscreen, and other essentials into an oversized bag. We stop in the kitchen for snacks and drinks. I picked up wine coolers for Lily since she doesn't handle alcohol well. If I pace her, she won't overdo it, though Violet and Charlene tend to encourage her otherwise. Maybe with Sunny not drinking, they'll take it easy. It's past 5, but the sun still warms the dock. We have a few hours of daylight left, plus the whole weekend to relax before summer ends. Soon, we'll be back in training camp, and hockey season means constant travel. It'll be an adjustment, but at least my teammates understand the struggle of missing their partners. Sometimes, I worry I'll mess things up like my dad did. His recent calls have only made that fear worse. Shaking off the thought, I follow Lily outside, admiring the playful sway of her bikini bottom. The guys are lounging on the dock, facing the water. Sunny reclines in a chair, feet in Miller's lap as he paints her toenails. The dog's nap beside her wiener barks at us, then ducks behind Sunny's seat. Starting a new career? I ask Miller, dropping our towels on a free chair. He finishes the toe he's working on before flipping me off. Keep your comments to yourself, balls, Lily sighs. That's so sweet. Sunny lifts her sunglasses, smiling at Miller. He's so good to me. Doing my toes is tricky with this belly, and he's patient. Anything for you sweets, he replies. Look who finally took a break, Violet calls from the lake. She and Charlene float on lounge chairs, tethered to the dock. Who says we weren't just napping? I shoot back. Based on the noise, I'd say that's a load of nonsense, Violet retorts, rocking her chair until her drink spills. Lily's cheeks flush. Oh no, Sunny adjusts her hat. Your windows were open, so? Lily buries her face in my chest. We played music. It drowned most of it out, Alex reassures her. She pinches my arm. This is your fault. Don't apologize. It's good to know Ballistic treats you right, Darren says, deadpan. Alex elbows him, making his beer dribble down his chest. What? He wipes away the wet spot with his shirt and looks over at Charlene, who's busy adjusting Violet's bikini top so she doesn't accidentally show too much. You gotta take care of what's yours if you want to keep it. That's a weird way to word it, even though I understand what he means. When Sunny's done with her pedicure, you two should come join us in the water, Charlene says to the girls. I kiss Lily's shoulder. We should put some sunscreen on you before you do that. Good idea, I'll do you if you do me. I thought we were gonna hang out down here for a while. She playfully pinches me, and I wrap an arm around her, pinning her arms to her side. She shrieks as I drop down into an empty chair. For the love of, do you two ever take a break? Seriously, Violet asks. Jealous of my charm? Lily shoots back. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if one day you just wore yourself out, Violet replies. Then it would be a pocket charm, Charlene interjects. Can we save those conversations for later when half the lake can't hear you? Alex nods toward the neighboring dock where a bunch of teenagers are hanging out. Violet grimaces but drops the subject. Lily works on her legs while I rub suntan lotion into her back. I also help with the back of her legs, adjusting her bikini so she's not showing too much. She smacks my hand when I get too close. I'm being thorough. You're being a little too eager. A thorough eager. By the time Lily's done with my back, Miller has finished painting Sunny's toes. Lily ties two more of the floating lounge chairs to the dock. Miller helps Sunny into her lounger, making sure she's balanced before he sits back down. Either of you hear from Lance today? Alex asks. He had something he had to take care of. He was real vague about it, Miller says. When Lance Romero, another one of our teammates, is vague about his plans, it usually doesn't mean good things. You think it's Tash-related? I ask. Probably. A while back, when Alex and Violet threw a party, Tash was invited. Lance said he was okay with it, but I have a feeling seeing her didn't help. They were involved last season, which ended up being a huge mess. She was our team trainer and lost her job over it. Anyway, they disappeared together at the end of the night and Lance wouldn't answer calls the next day. We ended up stopping by his place to make sure he was okay. He wasn't. It took a couple of days to clean up the situation and him. Alex taps the arm of his chair. I'll get Roman 6 to message him in a bit. Why Roman 6? I ask. He talks to her. She might be able to convince him to come up here for a couple of days instead of dealing with it alone. What do you mean he talks to her? Like about personal stuff? I don't know, I don't get into it. And you're okay with that? Lance is my friend, but he makes some questionable choices. Alex nods. What he tells her in confidence isn't my business. He's a good guy. He was a big help to Violet after I had that concussion earlier this year. He's loyal. I don't think he's had the easiest life. Lance doesn't talk about his family, other than to make the occasional passing comment about having to see them on holidays. Family can mess you up, Darren says. Violet calls for another drink and Alex suggests she take a break if she wants to make it past 8 o'clock. When it's clear he's not moving, she decides to get it herself and paddles her chair over to the edge of the dock. Any bets on Roman 6 falling in? Darren raises a finger. I'll put 20 on that. She's not that out of it, Alex grumbles. Maybe not, but she's that uncoordinated. Miller roots around in the bag beside him and pulls out his phone. I'm ma record this just in case I'm right. So you're putting money on her making it to the dock without going under first? I look at Alex, but he's not paying attention to me. He's focused on Violet. She's clearly calculating how to get herself from the floating chair to the edge of the dock. Baby, why don't you go around to the ladder? Alex stands like he's about to help her. Instead, she lifts one leg up. She's about halfway there when Miller shouts, "Hey, isn't that a dock spider?" Violet shrieks and starts flailing. Alex rushes to help her, but he doesn't make it before her chair tips and she goes under. She comes up splashing and yelling. Get it off, where is it? Those things swim. Please tell me you're getting this, I say to Miller. Oh yeah, it's epic. Instead of taking Alex's offered hand, Violet grabs Charlene's chair and tries to climb, tipping it over too. Darren bursts out laughing as she comes bobbing to the surface. I shove my hand in the bag Lily brought down, searching for a phone. I come up empty-handed, which is unfortunate because the look on Lily's face is priceless. I'll get Miller to send me the video so I can pull a few still shots. Baby, there's no spider. Miller was messing with you. See Mir. Alex shoots a glare over his shoulder, then crouches down and grabs Violet under the arms, hoisting her out of the water. She wraps her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She's still freaking out, swatting at her back while Alex tries not to get hit in the face. Calm down, Violet. Someone owes me 20, Darren says. Sunny points a disapproving finger at Miller. No cookie for you tonight? Miller's smile drops and he stops filming. Come on, sweets, it was funny. Violet pushes away from Alex when she finally realizes she's not being attacked by a spider. You jerk, she yells, stomping toward Miller. Did you take pictures of that? Give me your phone, you big oaf, as if the earlier prank wasn't bad enough. She reaches for it, but Miller raises it over his head, laughing. Darren and Alex exchange glances. He gets out of his chair and moves to stand behind Miller. Snatching the phone out of Miller's hand, Darren tosses it to me. I almost fumble it but manage to recover. He and Alex each seize an arm and drag Miller across the dock, heaving him over the side. The splash soaks Sunny and Lily, who had managed to stay dry up to this point. Their shocked cries turn to outrage when Darren pushes Alex in. I return the favor by pushing Darren off the dock and then cannonball right beside Lily. When I pop up beside her, she dunks my head back under. I retaliate by swimming beneath her chair and flipping her over. She comes up sputtering. She wraps herself around me and grabs hold of her overturned floaty chair so she doesn't drag us underwater. She's dense muscle and low body fat, so regardless of how little she weighs, she's like human lead. We spend the next hour in the water, during which I playfully try to sneak a hand into her swimsuit. After a while, Lily's lips start to turn blue. Being as lean as she is, she gets cold fast. We get out of the water before everyone else. I wrap her in a towel and cuddle with her in a chair. By 7:30, the sun is starting to dip below the tree line and we're all hungry, so we pack up and return to the cottage to get changed and start dinner. I grab Lily around the waist as soon as we're in the room, reaching behind me to flip the lock. "Oh no, no way, we're not doing this right now. I'm starving and I said I'd help with dinner." "Just a quick one," I tease, adjusting her swimsuit. She breaks out in goosebumps. "There's no such thing as quick with you and you know it," she says, pressing back against me. "Everyone's having showers and you're freezing. Let me warm you up." I kiss along her shoulder. "Mainly, I want the videos for when I'm away. Lily's the only person I've ever done anything like that with, and I like them even more for that reason. I mean, yeah, lots of bunnies happily sent me unrequested pictures, but it's different with Lily. I think it's similar to my current obsession with mirrors. I'm hooked on the raw emotion and vulnerability Lily shows in those moments. We can make a video later. Just a couple of pictures, then?" I slide my hand down the front of her bikini bottoms. "You need to see how this looks from my vantage point." She makes a soft sound when I brush over her. "Okay, a few pictures." I withdraw my hand and give her a playful tap. "Awesome. Why don't you turn on the water and I'll get my phone." She doesn't pull the top back up, just runs on her tiptoes to the bathroom. I check my shorts for my phone, but it's not there, so I check the comforter and under the bed. Lily peeks her head out. "What's taking so long?" "I'm looking for my phone." "You probably left it in the truck. Mine's in my purse." I grab her purse from the floor and bring it to her because I'm not going through that. I have no idea what kind of stuff she carries around in there. Once she finds her phone, she keys in her code and passes it to me. I put my hand down the front of her bikini bottoms again and snap a few pictures, then show them to her. "See how amazing that is?" "I see." She tilts her head to the side so I have more places to kiss. I take a few more pictures like that before I bend her over and take a few more. Sliding my finger under the elastic, I pull the fabric to the side. Lily spreads her legs for me, and I snap a few more shots. "Wanna see?" I ask. At her nod, I scroll back and flip through them for her. She makes a sound when I stop. "Don't worry, you'll get what you want." By the time we make it to the kitchen, dinner preparations are in full swing. I get a knife and start chopping vegetables. Randy takes the foil-wrapped double-stuffed potatoes outside to the barbecue. "So Lily, important question for you." Violet's peeling carrots at waist level. It's a little disturbing. "Shoot." She sets down her peeler, looking rather serious. "How do you keep comfortable with the amount of attention you get from balls?" "Paraffin wax baths," I reply evenly. "Hey, where's Sunny?" "She's outside with Miller watching him barbecue." Charlene looks over at me. She's wearing a pair of latex gloves while chopping onions. "Doesn't she usually get bothered by meat?" "Usually. I mean, at the beginning of her pregnancy, if she even passed a burger joint she'd be queasy, but lately she's been sniffing my epic burger bags." Darren passes through the kitchen and stops behind Charlene. "You ladies need help with anything in here?" Charlene's hand flutters to her throat and panic flares across her face. He retrieves the necklace she's always wearing from his pocket. Hanging it from a finger, he holds it up in front of her. "Missing something, dollface?" "Oh my gosh." She grabs for it, but he snatches it away. "Where did you find it?" "In your beach bag. I didn't want to lose it." "Of course not." He moves her hair over her shoulder. "Let me put it back on for you." She drops her chin, bowing her head as he clasps it behind her neck and follows with a soft kiss at the top of her spine. Charlene shivers and I get busy with the lettuce. I feel like an intruder on a very private moment. Charlene startles me when she blurts out, "No." Her knife clatters to the counter and she latches onto Darren's wrist with both hands. "No." He raises a brow. They're rather intense and arched. Her eyes are wide. No, they're raw, please. It takes me a second to realize she's talking about the onions. An amused grin plays over his mouth, but he drops the rings back on the chopping board. Why don't you help me bring the drinks out? Charlene heaves a relieved sigh, peels off her gloves, and takes 2 bottles, passing the others to Darren. He links the fingers of his free hand through hers, and she follows him through the screen door onto the deck. Violet and I make eye contact. Okay, is it just me, or was that really strange? That was really strange, Violet agrees. What's going on with those two? Honestly, I have no idea, but this food thing is starting to weird me out. We need to get her relaxed and make her talk. Yes, I'll make some margaritas. They're like truth serum. This is why we're soul sisters, right there, that, and we both have great partners. I raise my hand for a high five as I pass. She shoves it out of the way and forces me to do a chest bump instead. Once the veggies are prepared and I've made a pitcher of margaritas, plus a non-alcoholic one for Sunny, we take everything outside and join the rest of them on the deck. It's still warm, although the sun has sunk below the tree line now. Pretty decorative lights wrap around the deck railing, illuminating the space. In addition to a huge dining table inside, there's also a screened-in porch, complete with a chandelier and seating for 10. It overlooks the water, and it's the perfect setting for dinner. Sunny's currently hanging off of Miller's arm while he flips steaks. Darren and Charlene magically appear again 15 minutes before dinner. They both seem composed, if not tense, which makes me even more curious about what the heck the onion thing was. Sunny practically sits in Miller's lap during dinner. I think she's sniffing his shirt. If she wasn't pregnant, I'd wonder if she was acting odd. Charlene, I've been meaning to ask where you got your necklace. It's so pretty. I try to be casual about it, but based on Violet's glare, it's way obvious what I'm up to. Also, I've had 2 margaritas and a lot of sun today, so I'm feeling the buzz even with the steak and potatoes buffer. Charlene fingers the pearls. Oh, it was a gift. You must love it since you wear it all the time, Sunny chimes in. She's still all snuggled up to Miller, making it a challenge for him to eat. He's resorted to stabbing his steak and biting off chunks since he doesn't have a free hand to cut it with. I nod in agreement. You hardly ever take it off. Pearls are Charlene's favorite. Darren traces the edge of the necklace with a fingertip. Isn't that right? Charlene blinks several times, rapidly. Now, she and Violet are probably the most open people I've ever met when it comes to discussing personal adventures. So I'm surprised by the flush that creeps into her cheeks. She puts her hand over Darren's when he slips a finger under the necklace. I love pearls. She's almost breathless. This is so unusual. It's a symbol of Darren's favorite place to relax, Violet says, breaking the tension. I'd like to say it's because she's as tipsy as I am, but she's not. Darren chuckles and whispers something to Charlene, who chokes on her margarita. Before I can segue to asking about the Doritos and raw onions diet they're on, a flash of headlights and the sound of thumping bass freeze us all in place. The lights and noise cease just as abruptly. Violet checks her phone. Oh no, I missed a few messages. It looks like Lance decided to come after all. Less than a minute later, Lance comes around the side of the deck with a duffel bag slung over his shoulder and a couple of bottles in his hand. He seems unsure of himself as he raises the bottles in greeting. Hey, hope you don't mind me crashing your party. Violet and Alex exchange a look before she tosses her napkin on the table and pushes her chair back. Of course not, we're glad you decided to come. Lance sets the bottles on the table and I notice his bruised knuckles. Violet takes his hand in hers and inspects it briefly. Why don't we drop your stuff inside? Sure. She puts her hand on his elbow and leads him toward the cottage, glancing over her shoulder once at Alex before they disappear inside. It has to be Tash. She must have called, Randy mutters. I think she was in town, Alex says quietly. Shoot. Miller picks up the closest bottle. It's expensive scotch. We're gonna have to make sure he doesn't drink this whole thing. It's all right. Vi's pretty good at talking him down, Alex says. A few seconds later, a door on the other side of the cottage opens and closes, and we hear Lance and Violet walking down to the dock. I glance over at Alex. Despite his jealous streak, he doesn't look worried, he just seems sad. It makes me wonder what Lance hides under that front of his. Once dinner is cleaned up, Sunny brings out the baby and bridal magazines. I'm not big on either, so I make my way down to the water to check on Lance. Based on the state of his knuckles, he's had one of his rough days. Solar lights mark the path, and soft recessed lights line the edges of the dock. I want to say I trust Lance with Violet, especially since Alex does, but I'm not sure if I do. So I'm bringing them drinks. I know Lance officiated their wedding, but it's hard to forget all the parties and distractions from last season. He's done some things that are questionable. He's my friend, but he's not in a good headspace, judging by the state of his hands. He and Violet are sitting cross-legged, facing each other. Lance's head is bowed and his hands are in his lap. He looks like a massive kid. They look my way when my flip-flops slap on the wood. We're starting the campfire soon. I offer them each a beer. Violet shakes her head as she stands up. You coming? In a bit. She touches his shoulder. He tenses at the contact but remains still. Thanks. His head stays bowed. Don't have to thank me, you know we're here for you. As she passes me, she whispers, you should stay with him. I drop down beside him and hand him a beer. He takes it and clinks it against mine. You checking up on me? Yup. I know I'm difficult, but I would never make a move on Violet. Here's the corrected and YouTube-compliant version of the text, or any of my friends' women. I feel bad that he believes this to be the first assumption I came to, and that he's correct. You're not a jerk, Lance. Yeah, sometimes I am. He looks up at the stars and then at me. But I mean it, you don't have to worry about your girl with me. I won't ever touch a woman who owns someone else's heart, not on purpose anyway. That's cruel. He looks away and rolls his bottle between his hands. We're silent for a minute while I process what he said. I wish I was better with words. I don't think it would ever be intentional. Sometimes lines get blurred without us even realizing it. I know all about that. Lily and I started out as a casual thing, but that changed pretty fast, and I almost messed it up more than once. Lance was part of the reason I didn't, and lucky for me, Lily's a patient, understanding woman. Patience and understanding don't apply in this situation, though. I dunno. Lance drops his head. But Alex and Violet are solid. That's the only reason I can talk to her. That woman is devoted. What she went through with him earlier this year, she proved herself. She might say ridiculous stuff a lot, but she's made for this life. She's got guts. Besides, Alex threatened to take me down a long time ago if I so much as lay a finger on her. We've got a good understanding. He downs half of his beer. You don't ever worry that you're gonna start having feelings for her that you shouldn't? Lance laughs. I backtrack. I'm not saying you shouldn't talk to her. I just don't want things to get complicated for you. Violet would see that coming before it happened. She's like family, like a sister, you know. Besides, I'm not really interested in the good girls. I nod to his now bandaged hands. You see, Tash, is that what happened here? Yeah, you'd think I'd learn, but I don't. He drains the rest of his beer in one gulp. You need to quit her like a bad habit, I say. She kind of is a bad habit, eh? I know. His nod is solemn, but the way his shoulders hunch forward tells me more about how he's doing than his words. This girl has hurt him more than once. I don't get why he keeps letting her do it. What happened between you two? Too much and not enough. He holds up his empty bottle. I need another beer. That's as far as our conversation is going to go. I follow him back to the cottage, and we all have a wild time at the fire except Sonny and Miller. He stays sober out of solidarity until she's ready for bed, which is much earlier than the rest of us. Less than an hour after they disappear upstairs, Miller comes back out and joins the fun. It's good for Lance, since that means he's not feeling like a seventh wheel with no one to go to bed with later. The girls are sitting on chairs, taking a million selfies, while Miller roasts his fifth hot dog. Sonny being in bed means it's a Miller meat free-for-all. Oh no, my battery died. Lily gives me her tipsy, pouty face. Can I borrow your phone? It's cute, but I'm hoping she's had enough to let loose, yet not so much that she passes out before we even get our clothes off. Yeah, of course, gorgeous. I pat my pockets, then remember I didn't have it with me this afternoon. It's probably in the truck. I can go have a look for it if you want. Don't worry about it. I'll send you my pictures. Violet's words are slurred. I cut Lily off around 1 o'clock because she's getting bleary-eyed and hangovers hit her hard. We don't go to bed until after 3 in the morning, and when we do, we leave Lance and Miller out there alone. I make sure Lily takes aspirin and drinks a lot of water before we get into bed. We have slightly uncoordinated, lazy intimacy and then pass out hard. No one gets out of bed before 10 the next morning except Sonny. I'm up before Lily, and I don't bother her. Instead, I take care of myself in the bathroom. Here's the revised version of the text, maintaining the original context while making it suitable for a broader audience. Usually, I pick one of our recent videos and play it on repeat while I relax, but today I'm forced to use my imagination. It works, but it takes longer. I need to check the truck for my phone. Also, my hands aren't as soft as Lily's, so that makes it less pleasant than, say, her touch. When I venture out, Sunny's in the kitchen cutting fruit. Actually, cutting is the wrong word. She's hacking at it like she's trying to machete her way through a forest, not slice a melon. Violet's sitting at the island, her head resting on the counter, a glass of juice in one hand. "Morning," I say. Sunny raises her knife in greeting but doesn't turn around. I take a seat beside Violet. "Feeling rough, shhhh, too loud," Violet mumbles. "That bad, eh? I defeated half my brain cells last night." "I guess it's a good thing you're smart and you can afford to lose a few." Not smart enough to avoid those drinks, apparently. They're a lot like bad decisions. It seems like a good idea at the time, but the actual execution and the aftermath aren't really all that awesome. Ooh, I'm not sure I want to know more about that statement. Not that I've had that experience. I mean, obviously Alex has his ideas, but I'm still on the fence. She moves her head a little and tries to get the straw in her mouth. "I'm pretty sure that overshare was meant for Miller, not me." "Meh, you're almost like an extension of each other for me now." She takes a small sip of her juice. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure, but I reserve the right not to answer." "You ever try to get into Lily's private space?" "What? You ever try to, go beyond the usual?" "You're asking if Lily and I have that. Don't you think it's a little early in the morning to talk about this?" "It's never too early for deep questions. Besides, I'm doing research." "Yeah, I'm not answering that question." "That's fine, I'll ask Lily later." "Ask me what later?" Lily's hair is still bedmessed. She's wearing a pair of shorts and a tank. Based on the way she's dressed, she's not wearing much underneath. "Private access," Violet says. "Does he have it?" "I'm not talking about that." She raises her arms over her head and stretches up on her toes, exposing a sliver of stomach. "Thanks for making sure I was hydrated before I fell asleep last night. I wouldn't want you to feel like this one." I thumb over my shoulder at Violet, whose eyes are closed again. She grunts. "Alex gave me aspirin before bed, but I don't think I drank enough water." I pull Lily between my legs and skim her sides. She grabs my hand, but I'm fast, so I snag her wrist and drape her arm over my shoulder, pulling her in closer. At the tip of my chin, she puts her ear to my mouth. "I can see you through your shirt." "I can see you too," she whispers back. "Can you two flirt somewhere else? I'm trying to be hungover in peace," Violet mutters. Lily backs up a step. "Need any help over there, Sonny?" "Nope." Lily gives me a questioning look, and I shrug because I seriously have no idea. Sonny's not usually one to be moody. That doesn't seem to be the case this morning. "Maybe Miller's in trouble," I whisper. If he came to bed late, that could explain her less than sunny disposition. Sunny crosses to the fridge and yanks on the door. She roughly opens a crisper, and the contents spill out all over the floor. Violet groans and covers her ears. I jump up to catch the runaway lemons and a bag of grapes. Sunny bursts into tears. This version keeps the essence of the scene while making it appropriate for a wider audience. "Let me know if you'd like any further refinements." Lily rushes over to put an arm around her. "Are you okay?" "I think I'm going crazy," she sobs. Lily rubs circles on her back. "It's just the hormones, you're fine." "I don't know what's wrong with me. Last night Miller came to bed smelling like campfire and hot dogs. I haven't eaten a hot dog since we went on that tour of the meatpacking factory when we were in grade 3, remember that?" Lily nods. "Of course I remember. And they showed us how hot dogs are made. They tried to make me eat one and I threw up all over the table. It set off a chain reaction and 6 other kids threw up too. It was horrible. I was so traumatized. I had no idea what was in a hot dog." "I know you didn't," Lily says soothingly. "If Sunny wasn't crying, I would be laughing myself silly over this." "Well, last night I liked the smell of hot dogs on Miller even though I know what they're made of. It's not even real meat, it's leftovers. Every time Miller barbecues, I want to get him naked and taste the flavor off his skin. I kissed him after he ate that steak last night without even making him brush his teeth first. What's happening to me?" "It's probably your body telling you need more iron," Lily says. I stay crouched on the floor, picking up scattered grapes and trying not to laugh. I wouldn't even let him brush his teeth before he came to bed last night, and then he fell asleep on me before we could be intimate. This incites a fresh round of tears. I fell asleep on Alex while he was kissing me last night. He's pretty upset with me for that, Violet offers. Okay. I'm just gonna go. I set the crisper on the counter with the beat-up fruit. This isn't a conversation I need to be part of, or want to be for that matter. I round the corner and find Lance outside, sitting on one of the Adirondack chairs. I'm surprised you're awake. I've been up for a while. I was gonna go in and make coffee, but then I heard girl crying and figured it was safer out here. Everything okay? Yeah, no. But it's hormones or whatever. Sonny's having meat guilt. He clasps his hands behind his head. Do I even want to know? Probably not. We'll just let it go then. You think it'll be clear to go in soon? I could really use coffee. I'd give it another 10 minutes. I don't know how long pregnant crying fits last. Lance shakes his head. I can't imagine dealing with that. Miller's gotta be some kind of saint to handle all the tears. I lean against the deck railing and consider that. He's a patient guy, and Sonny's usually even, you know? People will put up with a lot from someone they care about, especially since this seems to be outside of her control. Yeah, I can see that. I guess I've never had anyone care enough about me to want to put up with my nonsense for more than a few weeks. That thing with Tash went on for a lot longer than that. It was just about the physical stuff, though, and the mind games for her, so it doesn't really count. His phone beeps. He checks the screen and sighs. Speaking of, you should turn that off while you're here. Put it out of your head for a couple of days. Kind of like I'm avoiding any additional calls from my dad since my phone is still in the truck. That's the problem. She's burrowed her way right in there like a stubborn pest, and I can't get her out. He flips the phone over so it's face down and he can't see the screen. It buzzes again with another message, but he ignores it. Hey, you find your phone last night? He asks. Number shoot. I should have a look in the truck. There's some stuff on there I don't want anyone else to see. What kind of stuff? Just personal stuff. He pushes out of the chair. I'll give you a hand. I can't believe he's not feeling terrible considering how much he drank last night and how little he's slept. We walk around to the truck and open the doors. I check all the compartments while Lance looks under the seats. He holds up a box of condoms. You still using these? Now Lily's been on the pill forever. She's really good about taking it on the regular. Wasn't Sunny on the pill when she got pregnant? Yeah, but she had some kind of sinus infection and was taking prescription meds. Apparently they interfere with the pill and they should be been careful, Lance whistles. Wow, I didn't know that. Lesson learned, I guess? That's a huge, permanent kind of lesson. Yeah, I nod. But Miller's handling it and so is Sunny. You don't worry Lily's gonna want the same thing? Not right now. Her mom had a baby at 18. I don't think Lily's interested in repeating that. Fair enough, sorry, I didn't mean to get personal. It's fine, it's not like I haven't thought about it. Lance tosses the condoms into the glove box. Just in case you decide you need them. Good call. We switch sides and go through the entire truck one more time but come up empty-handed. I'm starting to panic a little. My phone has all my contact info in it, not to mention some other things. Maybe it's in your room? Yeah, maybe. It's worth another look. Lance closes up the truck and I sneak back inside to give our room another pass. The girls aren't in the kitchen anymore, but I don't stop to find out where they went. I take the stairs two at a time. I check all the obvious places first. Under the bed, in the dresser drawers. When I still don't find it, I dump my bag out, rummage through the contents and check all the pockets, but still nothing. Maybe it ended up in Lily's bag. I dump hers out on the bed and sift through the delicate underthings she hasn't shown me yet, but still no phone. There are a few extra pockets in her bag, so I unzip those, turn it upside down, and shake it. A few items fall out on the bed. Among them is a small personal item I found in her nightstand drawer a few months back. It's useful when we want to have some fun. 3 small bottles, one water-based, one flavored, and a new one also land on the comforter. I love how prepared she is, but the item that catches my attention is brand new and still in the package. Lily bought something intimate, a hot pink accessory with a crystal at the end. I try not to imagine how she'll react when we try it, but it's impossible. I've never brought it up before, though of course I've thought about it. My approach with Lily has always been, unless she mentions it, I don't. If she has this, I assume she wants to explore it. My pulse quickens as I think about how exciting that could be, and then there's the video I'll make with my phone, which I still can't find. I take a deep breath and refocus. First, I need to find my phone. I pack Lily's clothes back into her bag. All the little items go back in the pockets except the new one. That I leave on top before zipping the bag up. I want her to know I saw it. Then I try to push the distraction aside until I can deal with the missing phone. Hey, I've been looking for you. Lily wraps an arm around me from behind. Wow, what's going on here? She gestures to my clothes scattered on the unmade bed. I was looking for my phone. Oh, any luck? Nope. Have you checked the truck yet? I thought you left it in there. I forgot my phone charger at home. We can get yours and have a look while we're out there. I turn and tuck her hair behind her ear. I don't tell her I've already searched the truck twice. I want one more look before I start really worrying. Sure, let's go. She threads her fingers through mine. After brunch, we should come up here and have a nap. Her smile is playful. You're such a mind reader, that's exactly what I meant. I love your version of naps. I kiss her shoulder and tug on her hand. I have a feeling if I don't find this phone, our plans might not happen. Sunny's okay. Yeah, she's fine. Well, as fine as she's going to be until she has that baby. Let this serve as a reminder, never let me forget to take my pill. You took it yesterday, right? Oh yeah, I have 3 alarms and I carry a spare pack with me at all times. I take no chances. I pat her back and follow her down the stairs. That's my responsible girl. Lance and Alex are playing frisbee with Charlene and Darren in the side yard. Andy chases after the disc with Wiener running between his feet. The little dog snatches the frisbee when Andy manages to catch it. Violet's lounging in a chair with huge sunglasses and a sombrero pulled low, and Miller is rubbing suntan lotion into Sunny's shoulders. Titan is curled up at her feet. Any luck, bro? Lance calls out. I shake my head. Gonna check the truck again. Again? Lily asks. I thought you hadn't checked yet. It doesn't hurt to have another look. I wasn't all that thorough, don't worry, I'm sure it's in there. I mean, where else could it be? Right, it's not like you could have lost it. I hear a hint of nervousness in her voice. When was the last time you had it? You took pictures at the convenience store. Did you use it after that? I don't know, maybe? We should try calling it, Lily suggests after we've been through the entire truck, top to bottom, 3 more times. That's a good idea. Lance has his phone handy, so he gives mine a call. It goes to voicemail right away, which means the battery is dead. Should we call and report it as lost? Lily chews on her thumb. I mean, you have a lot of personal information on there, maybe some things we wouldn't want anyone else to see. Wait a second, don't you two make private videos on your phones? Violet asks. I liked it better when she was nursing a hangover and being quiet. They're not like that, I counter. Really, the one I saw sure looked like it to me, she says. Lily turns to Violet, surprised. Seriously, what happened to keeping things private? Now it's my turn to be annoyed. You showed Violet our personal videos. Only the first one you ever made. You remember the one when you woke me up because I fell asleep on you? I thought it was sweet. Oh, I remember. For a moment, I'm caught up in the memory of that night. Hold on, you two make private videos. Lance looks caught somewhere between amusement and disbelief. He'd better choose neither. It's not like that, I snap. You film private moments, though, he asks. Just on my phone or Lily's sometimes. They're short clips, it's not a big deal, I explain. Wow, I mean seriously. Lance blows out a breath and nods at Lily. You've got guts, girl. Will you stop talking right now? He sure isn't helping the situation. Yeah, he shoves his hands in his pockets and rocks back on his heels. I can do that. Okay, let's not panic yet. Lily holds up her hands like she's silencing people except no one is talking. She looks at me. You erased all the videos on your phone, right? Uh-huh. I think for a few seconds about what pictures and videos might still be on there. My hesitation must be too long. You erased all the videos, right? She asks again, more firmly. Well, I stroke my beard. I didn't erase the one from the changing room yesterday. Her eyes widen. Is my face in that one? I don't think so. There are too many people looking at me to be able to remember the details. Here's the corrected and moderated version of the text. My plan had been to get her off and then use the video to help my own situation. Also, Lily in her skating outfit with my fingers all up in her is pretty amazing, but not if someone other than me is watching it. She's gone from calm to high-pitched. You don't think so? I'm not sure. Oh my gosh. Are there any other pictures I should worry about on there, or videos? Lily is approaching an official freakout. Both Miller and Alex look like they might want to take me down with their hockey sticks. I tap the bridge of my nose. I don't know whether or not I should be honest because I'm almost positive there are a few pictures of her without clothes on from last week, or maybe just a thong. Maybe one or two? Am I not dressed? You might not be. Oh gosh, people might see me not dressed. If it's any consolation, you look great, Lance says. Seriously, man, I'm about half a second away from giving you a piece of my mind. My fists really want to act on their own. Wait, when did you see Lily not dressed? Miller asks. Lily strokes her throat absently. Randy came home from a series of away games. I didn't get the message that Lance was with him until I opened the door. You opened the door not dressed? Sonny asks. How come I didn't know about this? Well, technically I wasn't fully dressed. I was wearing a bow. Not that it matters. What matters is that someone might have your phone and there are pictures of me on it, not dressed. Lance has a point though, you look great, Violet adds as if this is going to help. When have you seen Lily not dressed? I look from Lily to Violet and back again. Violet gives me a look. Are you serious with this? You guys probably stand around the locker room comparing your gear and congratulating each other because you scored a goal. We're girls. We get changed in front of each other. They've all seen me in some interesting outfits thanks to this one. She points at Charlene. Lily had to help me with my outfit. What interesting outfits? Alex asks. Violet waves him off. Never mind, we'll talk about that later. Now I'm curious how many blocks and how much rope I need. Show of hands, who hasn't seen Lily not dressed? Lily plants her fists on her hips. Honestly, Randy? Only Miller and Darren raise their hands. I look at Alex. He's bigger than me. I still might have to take him down, though, or at least try. He half raises his hand, then brings up the other one as well, as if to ward me off. She was 6, we were kids, it doesn't really count. Jerk. It doesn't matter which of our friends have seen me not dressed, because if someone has your phone and they hack it, everyone on the planet is going to see me not dressed, or partly dressed, and being intimate with you. I don't think she meant to say that last part out loud. She covers her mouth with her palm. Nice, Charlene says, then she turns and whispers something to Darren. No one is gonna see that video, I reassure Lily. How do you know you can't even find your phone? I teach kids, I can't have private content out in cyberspace. This is the point where Lily goes into a full meltdown. I've seen her cry a few times, and man, did it ever freak me out, but this is way beyond tears. This is full-on panic sobbing. I try to hug her, but she pushes me away and goes to Sonny, which makes me feel a million times worse. Wait a second, don't you have a phone locator? Charlene asks. What? That app where you can locate your phone remotely? Her tone implies I'm clueless for not knowing what she's talking about, but there's been panic, so my head isn't totally clear. Shoot, yes, I do. Someone give me a phone. I hold out a hand. Lance hands me his. It takes me 2 tries to log into my account, but I finally get in there. I'm praying it's not in another state. It shows up as being less than 50 feet away. It's here. What? Lily hiccups and seizes the phone so she can have a look. It's here. Here's the corrected and moderated version of the text. It's on the property. I follow the tracker until I'm in front of Alex's SUV. It takes another 5 minutes, but I find it stuck between the back seats. The battery is totally dead, but I have it. Lily's still a blubbering mess, but at least now she's crying because she's relieved, not because she thinks she's started her career as an internet sensation. And I have to say, I'm pretty relieved that the relatively small pool of people who have seen her private moments is going to remain that way. As a precaution, we decide it's still a good idea to get a digital camera, as well as a mini video camera, so we can leave the phones out of it. As soon as my phone has enough power to turn on, Lily forces me to delete all of my videos. I don't even get to watch them again, which makes me sad. But I'm hoping she'll let me make new ones with the video camera we're going to buy. As soon as we've had breakfast, or more like brunch, I take her into town. While we're shopping and I'm apologizing and constantly checking for my phone, Lily runs across a vintage-looking Polaroid camera. This is awesome, she says, finally sounding like herself again. We should get it. That's not necessary. The digital one will be perfect. Her eyes are still slightly red and puffy, and her lips are swollen, something that apparently happens when she cries. I feel guilty that I caused her worry, and one way to alleviate that is to get her something that will make her happy. If a Polaroid camera puts a smile on her face and keeps it there, I'm getting it. Lily tries to make me put it back because it's a little pricey. I cup her chin in my palm and tilt her head up to look in her eyes. I don't care if it makes the store clerk uncomfortable. I want all the good memories from this weekend captured, and I like that I'll get instant proof of their existence every time you take a picture with this. She lets me take the camera from her and give it to the guy behind the counter, who sets it next to the video camera and digital camera we selected. Then I kiss her, softly and briefly, before I turn back to the guy, who now looks like he's about to have a heart attack, possibly from our public affection. Whatever. I buy 20 packs of Polaroid film because we still have the rest of today and all day tomorrow to make a bunch of awesome memories. Area 51 discovers Lily on the way back to Alex's cottage. Randy finds an off-roading path. He parks the truck and apologizes for scaring me with the phone fiasco by being extra sweet. I'm grateful for the apology and the phone not being lost. Beyond the embarrassment of having our private moments exposed, I can't even imagine the backlash from the fans. Since I started dating Randy, the fans have been extra critical. It got worse when he moved me into his house. I used to think it was crazy how magazines would feature pictures of celebrities grocery shopping or walking up the steps to their front porch. Like seriously, who cares what grocery store people shop at? Now that I'm the one people are talking about, I can tell you a lot of people do care. I realized this when all of a sudden Randy and I were the focal point of hockey fan speculation. I was expecting. I'd convinced him into letting me move in. We'd secretly gotten married that came on the heels of Alex and Violet's impromptu Vegas wedding, so it was the least far-fetched of all the possibilities. My personal favorite was that we were somehow related and having a secret affair. Most of it I let roll off my back, but sometimes it was hard to take. Sometimes it still is. So while I'm learning how to handle social media with some level of grace, there's no way I'd ever want those little videos Randy and I make for, and with each other to go anywhere beyond us, the exception being the first one he ever sent me, which I shared only with a couple of friends. That was the night I started to fall in love with Randy, and he with me. I see it every time I watch that clip. It's in his eyes, in the soft way he looks at me and touches me. Everyone's down at the dock when we get back to the cottage. Randy's already in his swim shorts, so he sends me up to the room to get changed on my own. That's okay since I had a little something to drink on the way home. I come down in a stylish bikini chosen with the help of Violet and Charlene on a recent shopping trip. It's not my usual style, there isn't much coverage, but they both agreed it looked great, so I bought it. I pull a cover-up over it so I don't feel quite so self-conscious, throw a couple extra towels in my beach bag, and join the rest of our friends. Randy's already getting acquainted with the Polaroid camera. I sneak up behind him as he snaps a selfie and take the picture from the camera. "Hey, give me that," he grabs for me, but I jump out of reach. He can't really come after me since he's surrounded by developing photos on his armrests and wiener is in his lap. "I'll give it to you in a minute." He snaps a picture of me. "What's under that cover-up? What do you think?" I wave the picture around in the air like I've seen people do. "That doesn't actually make them develop any faster," Lance says. "It doesn't?" "No, but if it makes you feel good to dance around like that, far be it from me to tell you to stop." He grins and Randy takes a picture. I wish he could capture Lance's accent in that image or the teasing in his voice. He's a lot more relaxed today than he was when he arrived last night. Hangover recovery is in full effect. Miller's asleep in a lounge chair with a hat over his face. Sunny's seated beside him with a bottle of sunblock that she sprays over him to prevent his fair skin from burning. When she sees me, she poses beside him, raising his hand in a mock wave so Randy can get another shot. "Oh, get one of me and Sunny. We're matching today." Violet runs over and pulls her cover-up over her head, then helps Sunny do the same. Randy hands me the camera. I like my teeth where they are, especially since only a couple of them aren't mine. "Good call, Ballistic. You're learning," Alex calls from the boat. He's setting up the water ski rope. Sunny and Violet are wearing the same bathing suit, except Sunny has on the white version and Violet is wearing red. The Chicago logo is emblazoned as a pattern on the top, and a large logo decorates the front. Violet turns around so I can get a picture of her backside, which reads Mrs. Waters. Sunny adjusts the right side, but it still isn't doing the best job of covering everything. All the guys except Alex are busy looking anywhere else. I pass the camera back to Randy and check out his selfie now that it's had a chance to develop. It's probably one of the best pictures he's ever taken. He's wearing his signature smirk and looking directly at the camera like he's about to get up to mischief. Let's see that one. He tugs on my cover-up, trying to get me to come closer. You can't have this back. I hold it face down to my chest. It's that bad? No, I love it that much. Well, now I need to have a look. He reaches for it and slides his other hand under my cover-up to adjust it. His brow furrows and he lifts the hem, peeking underneath. Whoa, that's bold. He skims the edge with a fingertip. There isn't much to it. Maybe you should put on the one from yesterday again. I can't, it's dirty. I knew this bathing suit was a lot, maybe too much. I shouldn't have caved when Violet and Charlene told me to buy it. I'll make sure this one's too dirty to wear again, too, he says with a grin. Who wants to go water skiing? Alex yells. I raise both hands in the air and wave them around. Me. Randy playfully puts his hands on my waist, pretending to adjust my swimsuit. I swat his hands away and tuck the picture he's forgotten about into my bag, carefully storing it between the pages of a book. I'm a little nervous about Randy's reaction when he sees the full swimsuit. Taking a deep breath, I pull my cover-up over my head and toss it at him. His mouth drops open, and he makes these exaggerated hand gestures that startle Wiener, who jumps onto the dock and starts barking. I can't, you gotta, he shakes his head, clutching my cover-up in his lap. Want to spot me? I ask. I'm gonna need a minute. Lance and Darren laugh. Randy runs a hand through his hair. I feel like it's freshman year of high school all over again. What? I instinctively cover myself. He's flustered, like when one of the cute girls got up and sharpened her pencil and the guys couldn't get out of their desks for 10 minutes afterward, Lance says. And then it was a race to see who could get the bathroom pass, Darren adds. Violet smirks. I can totally picture Randy sneaking off to the boys' bathroom, but I bet you didn't enjoy sitting through class like that. No one enjoys that, not even me, Darren replies. I take the skis and a life jacket from Alex and get ready. You wanna drop one? He asks. Let's see how I do on two first. Randy seems to have recovered. He's swapped my cover-up for a towel draped over his lap, and he and Violet agree to be my spotters. Randy acts like he brought the towel just in case I struggle, which is silly because I'm perfectly capable of water skiing. It doesn't take long for me to get back into the rhythm. After a quick run, I decide to drop a ski, feeling confident and maybe a little eager to impress Randy. At first, everything goes smoothly. I drop the ski without issue, but then we hit a massive wake from an oncoming boat. Alex tries to steady the boat, but I'm caught off guard. The tip of my ski dips under the wave instead of gliding over it, and my foot slips free. I let go of the rope before I'm pulled under, tumbling across the surface before finally going under. As soon as I resurface, I raise my arm to signal I'm okay. Randy's on his feet, gripping his hair, but he relaxes when he sees me wave. My ski is far away, so I wait while Alex retrieves it and circles back. Nice wipeout, that was something else, Violet says with a grin. At least I didn't swallow half the lake, I reply. You want to get back in the boat or try again? Alex asks. I can tell Randy would prefer I get in the boat, so I'm tempted to do the opposite until I realize something's missing. Ooh, I spin in the water, searching for any sign of pale pink fabric, but there's nothing but dark blue water. I think I lost my bottoms. Alex presses his lips together, either embarrassed or trying not to laugh. Guess that means back in the boat. Well, that's one way to make a splash, Violet teases. Good thing I brought a towel, huh? Randy holds it out as I climb the ladder. I wrap it around myself. You think you're hilarious. At least now I don't have to wrestle you in the mud to ruin that swimsuit. After changing, we spend the next few hours taking turns skiing. Violet gives up after a few tries and switches to tubing. When we run out of gas, the guys go back to playing frisbee with the dogs while the girls and I flip through magazines. It's an amazing day. I feel incredibly lucky to have such great friends, and yes, even grateful for Benji, my ridiculous EXIF. He hadn't been so difficult a year ago. Randy might never have walked in on me in the bathroom, trimming my legs. Then I wouldn't have had the opportunity to fall in love with him. Randy and I don't get any alone time until late in the afternoon. Everyone's tired from all the sun, so we disappear into our rooms for downtime before we start dinner. I flop face down on the mattress. There's some rustling around from Randy on the other side of the room, but I'm surprisingly exhausted. I close my eyes and debate whether or not I can catch a 2-minute nap before we get intimate. Something hard hits me in the shoulder, and something else ricochets off my arm. I remain immobile, my face mashed into the comforter. I don't think I even have the energy to turn my body 90 degrees so my head is on a pillow and my feet aren't hanging off the edge. The bed dips and Randy's body covers mine. He's undressed and eager. I'm not surprised. He noses my hair out of the way. "You're not thinking about napping, are you?" "What if I was?" I mumble into the comforter. "I can think of a few things that would be way more exciting than napping." Randy rolls his hips, pressing against me. "Like a game of crazy eights?" He nips my shoulder and nudges my cheek with his forehead, like he's trying to get me to turn my head. I don't move at all, keeping my face hidden in the bedding. It's not easy to breathe, but I really am that tired. It doesn't mean I honestly want to take a nap before we get close, it just means I'm psyching myself up. The apology moment was just the start. Randy's going to want to put on a serious performance. That means a lot of excitement is coming my way. "I found some interesting items in your bag when I was looking for my phone earlier," he murmurs. "If you want me to wear something special, you're going to have to put it on me. I don't even think I can move my arms." I have no idea if he can understand a word I'm saying since I'm speaking to the mattress. The special outfit is nice, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mentally review the contents of my bag. I don't remember putting anything exciting in there apart from my personal item, but that's nothing new. What kind of interesting items? I turn my head to the side and blow my hair out of my face. Randy pushes up on his arms and moves the remaining strands out of the way. A package comes into my field of vision. "Oh, wow," I breathe. I'm not even remotely tired anymore. He rolls his hips against me again. "Wanna tell me about this?" His voice vibrates with excitement. Goodness, he wants to explore new territory. Not once has he ever tried to go there. I mean, obviously when we're close, he'll press against me before we connect, but in the year we've been together, he's never tried to go beyond the usual, as Violet calls it. The last time I used this bag was on our Vegas trip, months ago, when Alex and Violet got married. We went to a specialty shop. I'd totally forgotten about the item. I've had a personal device for a few years because I have needs. I have a fairly high drive and my ex-boyfriend did not. I needed to take care of myself on a regular basis. But anything beyond the usual has never been on my radar, not until I started hanging out with Violet and Charlene. Randy's nose brushes my cheek. "Lily, did you buy this because you want me to use it on you?" "Charlene got that for me." "Charlene bought you that?" He doesn't sound particularly impressed. We went to a shop while we were in Vegas and Charlene bought one for all of us, kind of like a party favor. My voice goes up at the end, turning it into a question. "You've had this since Vegas?" Now he sounds shocked. "I forgot it was in there. So it wasn't meant as a surprise?" That's 100% disappointment right there. "Not really, no." "Oh, okay." I consider for a moment whether or not this is something I want to try. Obviously not that kind of intimacy, but like something adventurous. My magic marble is lit up like fireworks, and that's based on Randy's excitement alone. He scoots over like maybe he's about to get up. I grip his wrist, the one attached to the tattooed hand holding the still packaged item. "But we can try it out," I say. He doesn't make a move. "It's okay if it's not something you're into." "Is it something you'd be into?" This time he rolls to the side. I glance down at his obvious excitement. I don't think he actually needs to answer my question. He caresses my lip with his thumb. "Not if you'd only be doing it because you think it's something I want. I just thought you brought it with you for a purpose, but if it wasn't intentional, I can forget it even exists." I snort. "Like heck you can." "Okay, maybe not, but if you decide you never want it to come out of the package, that's cool." I trace a line on his tattooed arm. "And if I decide I do? That's cool too. Have you ever?" I drop my gaze from his, focusing on the landscape decorating his arm instead. "Randy's had a lot of experiences with a lot of different partners before me. Does it matter?" "No, I guess not." Randy scoots closer until his nose touches the end of mine. Then he backs off and puts his finger under my chin. "Look at me, Lily." I lift my eyes to meet his. "How do I feel about you?" "You love me," I whisper. His smile is soft, warm. "That's exactly right. I've never felt about anyone the way I feel about you. Do you know what that means?" That you love me a lot, he chuckles. It means the connection we have is different because it's more. You get what I mean? I nod. He presses a gentle kiss to my lips. So whatever you want from me, I'll give you, but only because it's what you want, not because you think it's what I want, okay? Okay. I ease my body against his, bringing our mouths together. I hook my leg over his hip, feeling the warmth between us. We kiss like that for a few minutes, soft and easy, lost in the moment. Randy? Yeah, baby. He skims my side with a light finger. Let's pretend like I meant to surprise you. Area 51, Breach Randy, there are moments in life a person never forgets, good and bad. My first goal, nearly having an unfortunate injury, being drafted to the NHL, winning the Stanley Cup, and telling Lily I loved her for the first time all fit into this category. The first time your girlfriend tells you she wants to explore something new also earns a special place in the memory bank of unforgettable moments. Until I found the item in her bag, I'd assumed with the way those girls talk about certain boundaries that it was forever off limits. Her reaction when I first showed it to her seemed to confirm this. I'm also aware that I've got more going on in that department than the majority of guys, so unless Lily has some hidden experience, I'm not expecting access. Except now I am. Maybe not fully, but this is a step in that direction. A small, pink step with a decorative end. It's gonna look fantastic. I'm so excited I think I might burst. I cup her cheek, the one on her face. Are you sure? I have to ask. This isn't like trying a new position. This is way more significant and it requires a lot more trust. Since past experience isn't a factor here, my concern lies in making sure she's comfortable. Yes, totally. I kiss her again, aware she has to be nervous. I want this to be a good experience for her. I don't have to ask if it's something she's done before. Based on her reactions thus far, this is new territory. That I get to share this first with her makes it a really big deal. I'm gonna make this so good for you, Luscious. You always make me feel good. The tremor in her voice gives away both her excitement and her hesitation. We stay close for a while, and I keep one hand gently reassuring her she's pressing close to me, the smooth fabric of her swimsuit the only barrier between us. She's seeking pleasure, but the design makes it difficult. That's fine, I want her eager and on the brink. She lets out a soft sound, her fingers gripping my arms. I pull back slightly. Let's get you more comfortable. Perfect idea. She starts to shift onto her back, but I guide her onto her stomach instead. I undo the ties of her swimsuit, then begin with gentle touches. I trail kisses down her spine, pausing to give light nips and soothing strokes. My fingers brush between her thighs, teasing before pulling away. Randy, she murmurs, lifting her hips slightly. Yes, I need more. Do you? She lets out a frustrated sound and tries to reach for herself, but I gently pin her hands. She squirms beneath me, her movements restless. Keeping her legs together, I press closer, enjoying the closeness without any barriers now. Her fingers tighten around mine. Oh, wow. That's the idea, I whisper before kissing her again. Every touch is meant to build anticipation. I pull back and adjust my position, letting her feel the warmth between us. She tries to move against me, but I give her a playful tap. Patience, it'll be worth it. I prop her up with pillows, then reach for a small bottle designed for comfort. A thin line eases the way, earning another soft sound from her. With careful motions, I trace from her sensitive spot downward, watching for any hesitation. There is none, only encouragement. Too much? I ask, pausing. She shakes her head quickly. Not enough, please, Randy. I know, I soothe, giving her what she asks for. She arches beautifully, and I admire the trust in this moment. She reaches back, fingers brushing lightly. Can you show me? She asks, glancing over her shoulder. The request sends a thrill through me. Of course, hold still. I grab the instant camera from the nightstand and capture the moment, then switch to a digital one for more. As I gently circle her most sensitive spot, her breath catches. The first wave of pleasure hits her and she trembles, clutching the photo in her hand. When she settles, I press close again, my weight adding gentle pressure. She buries her face in the bedding with a muffled sound. It's clear we're discovering new levels of connection. I kiss along her jaw, savoring the closeness. Here's the revised version of the text, formatted and adjusted for readability while maintaining YouTube compliance. Lift your head for me. It takes her a few seconds to comply, which is understandable since she's still shaky from the moment. I hit record again as I brush stray hairs away from her face. Her eyes are glassy, her cheeks gorgeously flushed, lips parted. "Did you enjoy that, baby?" I ask softly. She nods. "Was it good?" She tries to turn her head to look at me, so I encourage her to look at the camera again. "You're recording this?" she asks breathlessly. "I'll delete it when we're done if you want me to." "Did you capture it?" This time I nod and kiss her cheek. "Do you want to see?" She bites her lip, white teeth sinking into soft pink flesh, and nods. So I show her what it looked like from my perspective. 15 seconds in, she stops watching and grips my hair, seeking my mouth. She's eager and passionate, pressing close, asking for more. "Let me take my time first." I shift to the left, kissing her neck while I caress her. She reaches her peak twice, quick and intense, and then she's pleading for more. It's thrilling to see her like this, completely free, lost in the moment and loving it. She rises to her knees when I move behind her. I tap the accessory and she sighs. "You want this out before we continue? Number, leave it in." "You sure?" Sweet heavens, let her be sure. "Positive. Just tell me if it's too much or uncomfortable, okay?" "Okay." I tease her gently before guiding myself to her entrance. "How's that feel? Full, good. You want me to keep going?" "Please." "I might not last long, Lily. The view is absolutely breathtaking." "Picture, please," she whispers. I pick up the camera again and snap one, tossing the undeveloped image to her. "Try not to ruin this one." She giggles, then gasps when I ease in farther. I must not be moving as fast as she'd like because she presses back until we're fully connected. Lily's always been a perfect fit, but this is even more intense. Based on her breathing and the soft sounds she's making, I'm sure she feels the same. "How's that now?" I place my thumb gently and press slightly. "Incredible." I take it slow at first, letting her adjust. When her arms start to tremble, I wrap one around her to keep her steady. We also have a clear view of the mirror over the dresser. Lily guides my palm under her chin and nips at my finger when I brush her lips. "My beautiful, sweet girl." I kiss below her ear. "You look amazing like this." I kiss her deeply as she reaches her peak again, and soon I join her. Then I roll to the side and pull her close, holding her tight. After a few quiet moments, she says, "I think it's safe to say I'm definitely into this." "That's good, 'cause I'm totally into you." She traces the lily tattoo on the back of my hand. "I'm pretty sure that was the best ever." I smile into her shoulder. "Totally agree. Thanks for that. For you, any time." We lie there for a while, relaxed and content, until Lily says, "I need to freshen up and take a shower." I bet that's a sentence you never thought you'd say. "Before you, not in a million years." She moves off the bed. "You coming to help me, or am I on my own?" "Oh, I'm coming." I adore this woman so much. We stay up too late and sleep in the next morning, even though it's our last day. Lily wakes me with a tender kiss, and we spend the day down at the dock not drinking, just relaxing. Lance takes off late in the afternoon. Text messages have kept him distracted most of the day. I assume it's Tash bothering him again, but he's tight-lipped about it, so I can't say for sure. The revised version maintains the emotional tone and narrative flow while ensuring compliance with YouTube's content guidelines. Let me know if you'd like any further refinements. The rest of us pack up after a dinner of leftovers and don't hit the road until nearly 8. None of us wants to leave any earlier than we have to, but all the girls have to work tomorrow, so it's time to get back to the city. Halfway home, my phone rings. "Want to see who that is for me?" I ask Lily. She checks and makes a face. "It's your dad. Do you want to take it?" "Nah, don't bother. Let it go to voicemail." She doesn't ask questions, just sends the call straight to my messages. Right away, he calls a second time, and we ignore it. Lily knows my relationship with my dad is rough, and she gets it since she doesn't have one at all with her father. Her mom's current boyfriend, Tim, seems to be a decent guy, though, even if he's shirtless half the time we see him. It's been an awesome weekend. I don't want to ruin the end by fielding another call from my difficult dad asking for a place to crash. "He's not in town, is he?" Miller asks from the backseat. Sonny fell asleep on his shoulder a few minutes after we hit the road. "I don't know. I don't have time to deal with him right now, not with training starting next week," I say. Miller nods his understanding. I'm antsy the rest of the way home. I need to listen to that message and make sure my mom knows not to take my dad's calls in case he's decided to come to Chicago despite my not being there. They haven't been together for more than a decade, but he still tries to see her and pull his nonsense when he can. She might not take it from him, but it affects her. She gets stressed, worried that he's going to stop by the house and pull one of his stunts. I think back in the early days when they just split up, he did that to her a lot, making promises, trying to win her back. She doesn't need that kind of mind game, especially not after this many years. I'm seriously hoping he's not in town. I don't want Lily to meet him, ever. It's after 10 by the time we drop off Sonny and Miller and their dogs at home. Lily's relaxed and quiet beside me. The sun and time together have worn her out. At least she doesn't have to work until 11 tomorrow, so she can sleep in. Lights illuminate the kitchen when we pull into the driveway. I don't remember leaving them on, but it's entirely possible I did since I was in a bit of rush, wanting to get to the arena before Lily had to be on the ice with that Finlay guy, who I still don't really like for no reason other than he gets to put his hands on my girl. I get our bags from the back of the truck while Lily gathers up the items scattered around the cab. She still seems pretty awake and cheery, despite the long day. I'm hoping a shower and some slow, easy time together will round out this amazing weekend. Lily punches in the code, and I open the door. The TV's on in the living room. Did you leave the TV on all weekend? Lily leans against the wall so she can tow her shoes off without dropping her armload of miscellaneous stuff. I don't. A pair of bare feet hang over the edge of my couch. Oh no. I slam the door. Lily jumps and the items tumble from her arms to the floor. I drop our bags and immediately shift her behind me. My first instinct is to walk right back out the door and drive her home, except she is home, because she lives here, with me, and I don't want anything to change that. The feet disappear and a head pops up. Randy, who? Lily begins. Hey kiddo, I tried to call you a couple of times, but I guess. My dad pauses, his tired gaze shifting to Lily. A slow, awkward grin spreads across his face. You've been busy, sorry buddy, I didn't mean to interrupt you and your friend. Randall Ballistic SR is a difficult man. Randy puts a protective arm around me and pulls me into his side, angling us so I'm half hidden from the staring man. I don't need to ask who this is. It's pretty obvious it's Randy's father. Even without the kiddo and buddy references, one look answers so many questions about Randy's insecurities when it comes to being like his dad. It's honestly like looking at Randy, except a good 20 years later and without a beard. Randall Ballistic SR could be a handsome, distinguished man if he gave a care about himself. It's clear he doesn't. He's wearing a stained, wrinkled t-shirt and a pair of Randy's pajama pants, which means he went into our bedroom to find them. He's not terribly out of shape, though he stretches the shirt around the middle. His hair is a greasy mess, but it's all there. His appearance isn't the most shocking thing about him. The bottles lining the table indicate the slur in his speech isn't because he's tired. Oh no, he's had too much to drink, really had too much based on the empties. He seems to have gone through a 12-pack. Lily's my girlfriend, not some random girl, Randy snaps. This gets me another once-over from Randy's dad. Whoa, girlfriend. Randy's arm tightens around my shoulder. It's like he wants to wrap himself around me or push me out the door. Of all the parental introductions, this tops the list for the worst. How'd you even get in here? Your mom gave me the code, took a little persuading. Randy's hold on me tightens further. You went to mom's? Nah, I just called. Randall SR uses the arm of the couch to push himself to standing. Aren't you gonna introduce me to your little girlfriend? Where's your manners, kid? He stumbles and hits the coffee table with his knee, sending bottles flying. One rolls to the floor and shatters. Good grief, Randy mutters. Ah, it's not a big deal, I'll clean it up. His dad waves him off and tries to step over the broken shards, but he steps right in the middle of the mess instead of around it. He loses his balance and stumbles forward. For crying out loud, Dad! Randy grabs him as he goes down to one knee. Hoisting him up, Randy drags him away from the mess of broken glass and drops him on the floor, propping him against the wall. I'll get the first aid kit, I offer. It's just a little cut, it's fine, Randall SR says, despite the shard of glass in the bottom of his foot, the cut on his hand, and the steady stream of injury dripping to the floor. It's not a little cut, look at how much you're bleeding, Randy snaps. I leave Randy to deal with his dad while I retrieve the first aid kit. I don't want to be gone long because I can see how agitated he is over this. I also have a feeling the cut on the bottom of his dad's foot may need stitches. I return a minute later with dark towels, a washcloth, and the medical kit we keep in the bathroom. Hockey players sustain frequent minor injuries, so we have a vast array of bandages, medication, and ointment. Randy's dad has one leg crossed over the other. He's trying to dig the shards out with his fingers. There's more than one. Randy scrubs a hand over his face. Dad, I need to take you to the hospital. Those are too deep. It'll be fine once I get the glass out. His fingers are slick with injury and it's dripping onto the pajama pants he borrowed from Randy. I bought them for him for Valentine's Day along with the cologne and a few other little things. They're probably destined for the garbage now. Why don't you let me take a look? I drop to the floor, holding a folded black towel. Randy's dad stops digging around. He gives me a sloppy version of a Randy smirk. Your girlfriend's a nurse. Lily's a figure skater. Randy kneels beside me and takes the kit. I can do this. It's okay, I got it. No, really, baby, you've got work in the morning. Why don't you get ready for bed or something? I can tell it makes Randy nervous to have me anywhere near his dad, but I'm equally nervous about leaving them alone together. Randy looks like he's about to snap. I'll clean up some of the mess, okay? Randy gives me a vague nod, so I leave them to get the broom from the front hall closet. While Randy picks glass out of his dad's foot, I sweep the floor, then follow with a vacuum and the mop. We won't be walking around barefoot until I go over it again when it's not approaching midnight. By the time I've finished putting all the empty beer bottles in the recycle bin and tidying the kitchen, Randy's finished gluing his dad's foot back together and picking glass out of his palm as well. I still think you're probably going to need stitches, Randy says. It's fine, just a couple small cuts. Randy sighs but doesn't argue. Instead, he collects the towels with injuries and bandages, dumping them in the trash. I'll set you up in the spare room for tonight. I'll make sure the sheets are clean. I already know they are, but Randy's dad's foot is still bleeding, so it's advisable to have dark sheets. I change them from beige to navy. Randy helps his dad hobble down the hall. I take our bags to the laundry room and leave them there so I can deal with them in the morning. It's midnight now, and while I don't have to work until 11 tomorrow, I don't know what the morning is going to look like with Randy's dad here. The last time he came to see Randy, I remember he stayed for quite a long time, and not because Randy wanted him to. I'm in the shower when I hear the click of our bedroom door. A few seconds later, there's a knock. Lily, you can come in. I peek my head through the gap in the curtains as Randy peeks around the jamb. You want to join me? He nods, locking the door behind him. He strips out of his clothes and climbs into the shower. The first thing he does is wrap his arms around me and press his face against my wet neck. I'm sorry, he says. I run my hands up and down his back. You have nothing to apologize for. Yes, I do. He ruined our darn weekend with this. We had a fantastic weekend. This doesn't change that. I want to reassure him that it's okay, but I understand what he means. All the goodness has been eclipsed by his father's unexpected arrival. I changed the stupid code so he couldn't get in here. Figures he'd manipulate my mom into giving it to him. He lifts his head. His expression is pained. I didn't want you to meet him, not ever, and especially not like this. It's okay, baby, you handled it really well. I know if I'd got to choose how Randy and my mom met, it certainly wouldn't have been at my work when my mom visited me with her new boyfriend right after I'd spent a night wrapped up in Randy. The finale had been a steamy moment in the back of Randy's rental Jeep about 20 minutes before my shift started. We made up for a month of not seeing each other in a 24-hour span. He's a mess. He comes into my house, eats my food, drinks all my beer, and breaks stuff. It happens every single time. He cups my face in his palms. In the morning, I'm taking him to a hotel. He can't stay here. I don't want you to be alone with him. Whatever you think is best. I don't try to dissuade him. That plan sounds good to me, too. Randy doesn't get agitated like this often, and when he does, he usually has a legitimate reason. Besides, his dad makes me nervous partly because it's like looking at Randy through an aging mirror. His father's presence also isn't good for Randy's psychological well-being, and despite our relaxing weekend, until now, Randy is already on the anxious side. The shower is functional, not romantic, and Randy puts on boxers before he climbs into bed. He usually goes without. He wraps himself around me under the covers, but he's not in the mood, and he doesn't make a move. I wouldn't be worried, as we've had a very affectionate weekend, but I have a feeling the lack of interest is directly related to his dad being here. There's also no morning affection. Randy's already up and in the kitchen by the time I make an appearance. I remembered to get dressed since we have a house guest, if you can call his father that. A pot of tea sits on the counter, nestled in its cozy. Randy's sitting at the kitchen table with a coffee and the paper. He looks up at the sound of my slippers slapping the tile floor. Hey! I pad over to him and take a seat in his lap, wrapping my arm around him. You look tired. He gives me a small smile. I didn't sleep very well. Maybe you should come back to bed for a while. I don't have to leave for another 3 hours. We could snuggle. He drops his forehead into the crook of my neck and rubs his beard along my collarbone. I like snuggling. So do I. I push my fingers through his messy hair. So that's exactly what we should do. Before I can further entice him back to bed and possibly take his mind off the problem still asleep in the spare room, Randy's dad appears in the doorway. Oh hey, didn't mean to interrupt. I attempt to get up from Randy's lap, embarrassed for no good reason other than his dad's apparent, but Randy tightens his arm around my waist to keep me there. Randall, SR, hobbles over to the coffee. I didn't think your girly friend would still be here. Lily lives here, Randy says coldly. His dad stops to look over his shoulder. Really? That's new. Not really, she moved in before the end of the season. Oh yeah, was that around the time your team messed up their chances of getting to the finals? Randy huffs. We had an off season, it happens. Maybe you had too many distractions. He pours coffee into a cup and roots around in the cupboard. I choke back, forget you jerk, and go with the sugars on the counter. He grumbles something but dumps a couple spoonfuls in his cup and stirs. I should get ready for work. I have hours before I need to be ready, but this whole situation makes me uncomfortable. I untangle myself from Randy. Oh, so you have a job? Randy's dad sips his coffee, eyeing me over the rim of his cup. What's it you do, Leela? Her name is Lily, Randy snaps. And I told you what she does for a living last night. Last night's kinda fuzzy. What kinda job you have? I teach skating lessons. Why do you even care? Randy asks. I'm making conversation, getting to know your girlfriend since she lives here, and this is the first I've heard of it. Randy's dad's smile is mocking. She teaches kids. Randy follows me to the doorway. Why don't you get ready and I'll take you out for breakfast and then drop you at the arena? It's just lessons today, right? Mostly. I won't be done until about 8. I don't want to remind him that I end the day with Finlay again, as there's nothing making Randy happy right now. Giselle won't be back on the ice until later this week. We probably should have talked about that this weekend, Randy's actions in the locker room before and after Finlay's last session, how he managed the introduction, but now is definitely not the time. Oh, okay. The tick in his jaw and flare of his nostrils indicate that this news is not particularly okay, but the conversation will have to wait until we're out of here and away from the current source of frustration. Instead of giving him more words that won't help, I rise up on my toes and draw him down for a soft kiss. He comes willingly, but he's tense and guarded. I leave him with his father. Running a brush through my hair, I dab concealer under my eyes and toss my makeup bag in with my skating gear. I bring 2 outfits because I'll be there most of the day and I don't want to stink by the time it's over. I change my top but keep the leggings, in case Randy decides he wants to take me somewhere semi-nice. I'm almost ready when Randy's raised voice filters down the hall. You don't get to come here and say stuff like that about the people I love. When I get back, I'm taking you to the hospital to have that looked at, and then I'll drop you off at a hotel. You're gonna kick me out. Why? So you don't have to worry about me hearing what's going on with your little friend when the doors are closed. His dad's deep, angry laugh slices through the air. Call Lily that again, and I'm going to give you a real reason to go to the hospital. Are you threatening me over a girl? What is wrong with you? There's a heavy thud, and a sound like pictures rattling on the walls follows. I don't know whether to stay where I am or get in the middle of this. I'm not all that interested in managing a brawl in my hallway, but I don't want 2 men who need a trip to the hospital on my hands either. Randy, I call. I give it 2 seconds before I open the door and step out into the hall. Do you know where? I pause, looking between them. Randall SR is leaning against the wall, smoothing out his shirt, and my Randy is running a hand through his hair, his jaw tight, the other hand balled into a fist. Is everything okay? Yeah, Randy nods, tense. You need me for something, gorgeous? I scramble for a reason. Do you know if I left my new leotard in the laundry room? I can't find it in here. He doesn't hesitate, just nods and holds out his hand. Let's go look. I glance at his dad as we pass. His smirk isn't cute like Randy's, it's malicious. Obviously, I don't need another leotard, but there is one hanging from the drying rack in the laundry room, so I grab it and toss a baseball cap at Randy. We should go for breakfast now. Yeah, Randy's dad isn't in the hallway or the kitchen, thankfully, as we make our way to the front door. Randy hands me the keys to the truck and tells me to start it, then runs back inside. He's gone too short a time to have done anything drastic, but that's about the only assurance I have. I wait until we're away from the house before I ask, "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I shift in my seat. "Let me try that again. Randy, are you all right?" He sighs and taps the steering wheel. If he wasn't driving, his knee would be bouncing like a jackhammer. I really thought I'd be able to avoid you ever meeting him. I know, it doesn't change how I feel about you now that I have, though. He's such a jerk. Lots of people are difficult, Randy. It sucks when they're related to us by blood and we can't pretend we don't know them. He kisses my knuckles, rubbing them across his cheek. I love you so much, I don't want him to jeopardize this. He won't, I promise. Words are just words, though. Unless I can reassure him in some other way, his anxiety level is going to remain high, at least until his dad disappears again. We don't go to a restaurant. Instead, we get takeout from our favorite diner and drive to a park near the arena. Randy and I walk to our spot. It's private and secluded. We shared an intimate moment here once in the middle of the day, hidden in a thicket of trees. Afterward, we went home and spent the night together. That's not part of the plan today. I don't think romance is even on Randy's mind. That could be a first. My dad wasn't always a huge jerk. He takes a bite of his ham and cheese wrap and chews thoughtfully. When I was little, I remember going to his games. There were a couple of seasons where he got decent ice time. I was maybe 5 or 6. Bryn was like tiny, and we'd all go to the home games like the other families. It was good. Things were good. A butterfly lands on Randy's tattooed hand. "Take a picture," he whispers. I'm quick to get my phone and snap several before she takes off again, leaving just the two of us. We used to shoot the puck around all the time when he wasn't away. He was a great teacher. For a while, he was a great dad. These are the things Randy doesn't talk about much. Most of our conversations about his father have been brief and disparaging. When did that change? I ask. Randy twirls a lock of my hair between his fingers. When his career stalled out, maybe? No, that's not true. I think when he made it to the top of his game, things started to change. The first year he made the NHL, things were good, great. That was the year we went to a lot of home games. He drops my hair and looks up at the clear blue sky. But the next year, I started noticing all the women wearing his jersey. The fighting started soon after that, and we stopped going to see him play. Do you think that's when your dad started being unfaithful? I don't think I'll ever know for sure when it started. I mean, it could have been going on the entire time, but I assume that's when Mom found out or put it together or whatever. There were a lot of fights and tears for a few years. I don't think it helped that he stopped getting as much ice time. There was talk about him being traded or moving back to the farm team. My mom didn't want to move us, and I didn't really get it back then. That would have been a lot of turmoil. Yeah, it was, even though in the end we didn't have to move. Then I had that accident, and that was it. My dad moved out. He got traded to another farm team on the West Coast, and we barely ever saw him anymore. It was the hardest on my sister and, well, obviously my mom. He paid child support and stayed on the farm team for a while, and we all kind of moved on without him. Now he drops back into my life once or twice a year and messes things up. Because he brings back all those memories, and because we're essentially the same person. Sometimes I wonder how my mom can even stand to look at me. My heart breaks for him. I hate that he carries this burden based solely on what he looks like and his skill set. You're not the same person, though, Randy. In a lot of ways, we are. I get that it's difficult to separate yourself from him, especially when he shows up and disrupts your life, but you're an incredible man. You're loyal and honest and wonderful. Your personality is nothing like his, and your mom loves you like crazy. Randy tucks me into his side and rests his chin on top of my head. I'm worried about the start of the season, Lily. I'm worried about being on the road all the time and you not being with me. People choose for themselves whether or not they want to exercise self-control, I remind him. He presses his lips to my temple. I don't ever want to hurt you. I've been waiting for this conversation. It's inevitable. Randy's wanted more and more alone time with me over the past month as off-season wound down, and he started gearing up for training. I've realized his anxiety and neediness lately are because of the change that's coming. Soon his schedule will fill up with training sessions and practice. Not long after that, he'll be off on his first series of away games. I stroke his cheek, amazed that this man can allow himself to be vulnerable with me after everything he's been through. I don't think you would ever intentionally seek to hurt me, Randy. Me neither, but I keep thinking about that time you couldn't make the game last season and how that fan wouldn't leave me alone at the bar. I know nothing happened, but if it had, it would have ruined everything. We were still casual then, Randy. Neither one of us had acknowledged how we felt about each other. I know this has weighed on him since the beginning, and his dad being here, along with the changes we're about to face, has stirred it up again. He sighs. That's because I was being foolish. I was already all about you, and I still considered it. I think you need to let that go. We can't live in a world of what-ifs. We weren't ready to face feelings at that point. Denial was safer emotionally for both of us at the time. We're in a different place now. We love each other, and that changes how we manage those kinds of situations. My dad loved my mom, and he still managed to ruin that, though. I don't understand why you'd make that kind of commitment to someone and disrespect it. It's messed up, isn't it? It's hard to see the way he is now and know at one point he was actually a decent person. Randy's conflict over this makes me sad for him. It's clear he wants to make sense of it without having all the pieces of the puzzle. He'll only ever have the glossed-over and hazy childhood version of events. I guess in a lot of ways not having a father uncomplicates things for me. I don't know who your dad was when you were younger. I don't know the dynamics of your relationship with him, or how his relationship was with your mom, or what happened exactly to change that, but I do know that you've spent a lot of time afraid of becoming him when really you should focus on being you. I just see so much of myself in him, it's hard not to feel like his path is going to be mine. You've already made better choices, though, haven't you? Yeah, I guess. You need to give yourself more credit, Randy. We've broken the cycles we were following by default before we found each other. Now we've realized there's another way. He cracks a smile. This time it's real. Loving you is the best choice I ever made. I feel exactly the same way about loving you. He wraps me up in his warm embrace. I smooth my hands down Randy's back, and it seems at least some of the tension he's been storing there has dissipated. I'm not under some false notion that we've solved this problem with one conversation, but I know talking is progress. As long as we're communicating, I think we can survive his dad's latest ambush and maybe eventually get to actual healing. Grow some courage, Randy. I drop Lily off at the arena 20 minutes before her first lesson. Instead of going home, I stand at the entrance to the rink and watch her skate for a good half hour. Right now, she's teaching 3-year-olds how to stay upright. She's great with kids. Later, she'll be dealing with 12-year-old boys who need to develop ice skills. Their dads always hang out during the lessons. If I didn't have to deal with my own father, so would I. I'm not happy with the current situation in my house, our house. Though it's never fun, most of the time I can deal with my dad, his drinking, and the rude comments, but not when they're directed at Lily. I won't risk my relationship with her, so he has a place to crash and someone to mooch off. Besides, watching his continued downward spiral is really depressing. I'm already anxious about the start of the season. I don't need his presence making it worse. And that's what he does. He makes things worse. He's all the things I don't ever want to become, magnified. I want to believe what Lily said, that I'm better than he is, and that I'll make better decisions than he did. But it's hard when I think about how he was when I was a kid and what he's become now. I don't understand what caused that change, so I don't know how to guard against it in myself. And while I'm committed to remaining faithful on the road, I have no idea how Lily's going to handle my being away. I've watched more than one of my teammates' relationships fall apart over the years. I don't want the same thing to happen to us. I get a message from Lance asking if I want to hit the gym. I fire one back to let him know I'm busy, but I'll catch up with him soon. We have a team meeting in a couple of days since we're gearing up for season training. The long off-season has been good for the team in a lot of ways, even though it stung to get shut down early in the playoffs. It's also meant more time with Lily and more time hanging out with friends like we did this weekend. While I'm excited for the new season, I'm not looking forward to the travel like I used to be. I now understand my mom's anxiety every time my dad prepared for a series of away games. Her tears when he walked out the door never lasted long. She always pulled herself back together and we carried on like we always did. But she was different when he was away, and for a long time I didn't get why. Now I do. The reason is in my home, probably drinking my booze even though it's barely noon. It's in this mood that I arrive back at my house. I don't want to go inside. I don't want to face this issue that looks like me and talks like me. I don't want to deal with the worst-case scenario of my future, but there aren't any other options. My dad's kicking back on the couch with his wrapped foot propped on a towel on the armrest. Fresh injury has seeped through the bandage on his heel. We gotta go to the hospital. You need stitches. It's fine, get your girlfriend off to work, okay? It's not fine, you're injured all over the place. Come on, we're going. He sets his beer next to two empties. You're in a terrible mood. I wonder why that would be. Look, I had no idea you were playing house with some girl. It's not like you call me. I really don't feel like doing this. Doing what? Talking. Let's take a trip to the hospital and get your foot fixed up. For once he doesn't push it, possibly because I almost lost my temper earlier today when he made a rude comment about Lily. We spend nearly 3 hours in the before they even get to us. It would have been a lot longer if I didn't have connections. Lily messages me while we're waiting in a different room now, but aside from a quick nurse's assessment, still waiting. She's hoping to get together for a quick dinner before her session with Finlay tonight. The guy probably isn't that bad, but my stress level doesn't allow for much generosity right now. I'm barely handling the basics. Unfortunately, I'm stuck at the hospital at least until they take x-rays of my dad's foot, so I can't go anywhere. I probably won't see her until after he's been hanging around my girl. That makes me frustrated. More frustrated than I already am. The x-ray shows that there's still glass in my dad's foot, so they shuttle us back to a room to deal with that before he gets the stitches everyone but him knew he needed. I almost want to tell them not to bother with anesthetic before they go digging around in there. Once he's clear of foreign objects, the doctor stitches him up and gives him a set of crutches. He's supposed to use them for the next few days, otherwise he's liable to break the stitches open. The doctor also wants to see him again in 48 hours to check on the healing, because the wound was still bleeding when they were working on him. I assume it has something to do with the blood-thinning properties of all the alcohol my dad consumes. The whole thing will probably run several grand since my dad doesn't have health insurance anymore. And he doesn't pretend like he's going to pay me back. Over the past few years, he's probably cost me about 30 grand between the money he borrows and what I dish out for various reasons: hotel bills, hospital visits, other messes to clean up when he drops by for a visit. I should probably stop helping him out, but if I do, I worry he'll go to my mom, maybe get her to ask me indirectly, since he seems to have no moral compass. The last couple of times he's asked for money, he hasn't bothered calling it a loan. I don't question him about his personal financial situation, and I'm certain he knows what mine is. My annual salary is public knowledge. My dad's loopy on painkillers when we leave the hospital, so as much as I want him out of my house, I'd feel like too much of a jerk taking him to a hotel for tonight. And yes, it's tonight. The entire afternoon evaporated while we waited in there. Besides, if I do drop him someplace, there's a good chance he's going to ignore the doctor's orders and go walking around without his crutches, which will end up costing me more money and probably more time. Sorry about this. My dad gestures to his foot, his head resting against the window. He sounds anything but sincere. Once you're off the crutches, you need to go to a hotel. Come on, kid, this was an accident. You can't be mad at me 'cause I fell. I grip the steering wheel. You can't show up, create all this chaos, and expect me to be okay with it. I tried to call, you didn't answer. I just wanted to visit with my son. Where's the crime in that? This conversation is pointless. Aside from being on a bunch of medication, my dad's not one to own his mistakes or be honest. But I'm angry, so instead of keeping my mouth shut, I go ahead and say things I shouldn't, even though all it's going to do is stir things up. Here's the corrected and moderated version. You know, I could deal with it when it was just me in the house, but Lily lives there now, too, so you can't camp out on my couch for 3 weeks until you pull yourself back together anymore. You embarrassed of me? Is that the problem? Yeah, I'm really embarrassed. I get home last night from a weekend away and you're completely out of it. It wasn't really a great introduction. I hit the brakes when the light turns yellow and annoy the guy behind me because I don't run it. I'll apologize to her later. Will that make you feel better? It might if it actually meant something, but you were already into the drinks again this morning. You've got a problem and you need to deal with it. Everyone's got problems. That's not a reason to send me to a hotel. I look at my dad at the mess he's made of his life. That's not why you can't stay with us. I don't trust you with her. I'm not gonna bother your girl. She's not my girl, and that's not what I mean. I mean I don't trust you not to be rude or to say something to make her question my loyalty to her. But since you mentioned it, if you lay a finger on her for any reason, I will make sure you regret it. He raises his hands in the air in mock surrender. Whoa, whoa, settle down. I'm not here to mess with you or this girl you're so hung up on. Just watch your back, kid. They're always after something. You mean like Mom? She had such unrealistic expectations and all, what with wanting you to keep your personal life in order. Pretty unreasonable, yeah? I pull up in front of the house. You need to get out. I gotta get Lily from work. He doesn't move for a few seconds, just stares at me. Randy, Lily's waiting on me, and I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. He fumbles around with his crutches and opens the door. It takes him a bit to get out, and I don't offer to help. I roll down the window when he's on the sidewalk. Try not to overdo it before I get home. It'd be nice if you could keep a handle on your mouth in front of Lily. I feel a vague sense of vindication at the look of remorse on his face as I take off, but I doubt it will last long. It never does. It's after 7:30 by the time I arrive at the arena, and Lily's on the ice with Finlay. I knew I wouldn't make it before they got started, so I stopped at a coffee shop, and I even picked up something for him, because I'm trying to be nice. I want to take Lily out after this since I couldn't meet her earlier and partly to avoid spending any more time with my dad. I also have to break it to her that he's staying a couple more nights with us, and I don't know how she's going to feel about that. I stay close to the door instead of taking a seat in the stands, so as not to appear like the jealous boyfriend I am. She's so graceful out there. Sometimes I still can't believe she was robbed of her opportunity to be in the Olympics. Whenever I mention it, she reminds me that if she'd gone, we probably never would have met. I don't think I'm better than the Olympics, but Lily always tries to find the positive, and I'm glad I get to be her silver lining. I wait until the last 5 minutes of their ice time before I approach the boards. They seem to be mostly done, so I'm not at risk of interrupting. Lily raises her hand in a wave and holds up a finger. I lean against the boards and pretend to look at my phone while I wait. I have messages from Lance, seeing how I'm dealing with my dad being around. Lance's family relationships are strained, too. Much of his family's still in Scotland, though, so he only sees them once or twice a year. He's aware that things with my dad aren't good, so when Randall SR comes to town, Lance and Miller have a tendency to check on me. Hey, you! Lily's skates send up a spray of ice as she stops in front of me. I look up from my phone. Hi, I brought you tea and a coffee for Finlay if he wants it. That's sweet of you. He's already gone to change. I look around the rink to find it empty. She leans in with a knowing smile and kisses my cheek. I saw you skulking by the doors. I wasn't skulking. I didn't want to make Finlay nervous or seem like a jealous boyfriend. She arches a brow. Are you jealous? Mostly I wanted to see you on the ice. Mostly? Yeah, mostly. 90% is me wanting to watch you skate, the other 10% is me being jealous. She presses a quick kiss to my lips. I can deal with 10% jealousy. The heavy feeling in my stomach eases up a little. I was thinking maybe we could go for dinner once you're changed, unless you've eaten. I had a snack, but that sounds fantastic. I'm starving. Great, I'll meet you in the lobby? Perfect, I'll be quick. Lily skates away, taking her tea with her and leaving Finlay's coffee with me. I call and make a reservation at Lily's favorite restaurant. It's last minute, but we go there a lot, so they're able to get me a table. Finlay comes out of the men's locker room before Lily comes out of the women's. He looks uncertain when he sees me, but I put on my best, least menacing smile. Hey man, how's it going? I ask. Good, we finished up a while ago. I'm sure Lily will be out soon. He adjusts the strap on his bag. Yeah, I saw her already, this is for you. I hold out the coffee. He looks at it like it's a grenade. It's not poisoned or anything. I know I was a jerk the last time, so this is like a peace offering. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, no problem, just keep it professional out there on the ice and we're good. Based on his expression, that may not have come out the way I meant it. I'm kidding. I mean, not really, but I'm not going to show up with a crowbar and take out your knees or anything. I close my eyes and expel a breath. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell Lily I said that. Tell her what? I give him a thumbs up. Does it help if I tell you I have a girlfriend? Only if you're not lying. I'm not lying. That's freaking awesome. I slap him on the shoulder and almost knock the coffee cup out of his hand. Shoot, sorry. You're good. Hey, I don't know if this is weird or not, but do you think I can get an autograph? I don't know if Lily told you, but I'm a huge fan. Really? Sure, I'm happy to sign something for you. The awkwardness, or rather, my awkwardness seems forgotten as he pulls out a puck, a scrapbook, and a silver Sharpie like he's been preparing for this. If you could sign the puck for me, and the scrapbook belongs to my girlfriend. Her name's Leanne. Lily comes out of the changing room as I pass the scrapbook and puck back to him. I can get you tickets to a home game if you want. For real, that'd be amazing. I tell him I can hook him up for the first home game of the season. He freaks out, thanks me 10 times, and then takes off. Lily waits until he's out of hearing range. That was really sweet. See, I can be nice, ready for dinner. Her stomach rumbles. So ready. We leave the arena and cross the street to my truck. Lily tells me funny stories about her little kid lessons as we drive, but she looks confused when we pull up to the restaurant and the valet opens her door. I'm not really dressed for this. I didn't think about the dress code when I made the reservations. I'm wearing jeans and she's wearing leggings. I'm in a t-shirt and she has on a pretty, flowy top. No one's gonna care, but we can go somewhere else if you're uncomfortable. She kisses my cheek. If you don't care, I don't care. We end up at our favorite table in a private corner at the back of the restaurant, so what we're wearing doesn't matter anyway. I should tell Lily that my dad is staying longer than I'd hoped, but I don't want to ruin a perfectly good evening, so I decide to wait. Only it doesn't work because as soon as the waiter's done taking our drink and appetizer order, Lily asks about the trip to the hospital. Here's the corrected and YouTube-compliant version of the text. They ended up having to remove more glass from his foot. He's got something like 25 stitches. Oh no. Yeah. Is he okay? They gave him some strong pain medication. I'm sure he's fine. She covers my hand with hers. Are you okay? You don't seem okay. I have to take him back to the doctor in a couple of days. I feel like it's better if I'm watching him, so I told him he could stay with us until then. But after that, he's going to a hotel. Are you okay with that? Are you? Lily's voice is soft, like the tips of her fingers tracing the petals on the back of my hand. I'd rather he be gone, but if I don't take care of this, he definitely isn't going to, and then it'll be an even bigger mess to clean up. Lily's bottom lip slides between her teeth as she regards me. So you're doing this out of obligation. I don't want him showing up at my mother's doorstep looking to stay there. That's happened before, I take it? Only once since I moved to Chicago, but I don't want him to try it again. I'll support whatever decision you make, and it's fine if you want him to stay with us so you can monitor him. But my biggest concern is how this affects you. He'll be gone in a couple of days, and then I won't see him again for another 6 months or longer if I'm lucky. I can manage. You're sure you're okay with it? Lily nods and slips her fingers under mine. Like I said, he's your father. I get that you feel some responsibility for managing this situation, but you didn't create it. The important question is, how long will it take for you to be fine once he's gone? It's a good question. I don't have an answer for it. So I'm guessing we're out for dinner because you're avoiding him? She asks after a moment. And you were hungry. Does he know how hard this is on you? I shrug. Probably not. Maybe he needs to be told. I've told him he's not often prepared to listen. I don't think he can see far enough outside of himself to even care. We don't finish dinner until almost 11. When we get home, my dad is asleep on the couch, but only 2 soda bottles sit on the coffee table. Lily heads for the bedroom, full from dinner and tired after a long day. I collect the empties and take them to recycle. There seem to be a lot more bottles in there than I remember from this morning. Before I move my dad to the spare room, I check the fridge. There are no sodas, and I know for a fact there were half a dozen this morning. This means my dad didn't listen. He just tried to fool me into believing he did. I leave him on the couch where he is. If I wake him up, we'll argue, and I don't have the energy for that. Lily's already in bed when I get there. She's wearing pajamas, willing to be my comfort, because I need one, because she loves me, because I love her enough to let her. Enough is enough. Randy stays close to me the next morning while I'm in the house. He won't leave me alone with his dad at all. It was easier for both of us that I left early this morning and drove myself to teach classes that run most of the day. Randy's even more tense and agitated now. As much as I want to be the supportive, easygoing girlfriend, I'll be glad when his dad is gone. His presence has totally overshadowed the amazing weekend at the cottage. That already feels like it was a lifetime ago. I'm distracted during my lessons, checking my phone every chance I get. Randy messages a couple of times to tell me everything is fine, but I'm still worried. When I return home, Randy's ordered in dinner so I don't have to cook, which I appreciate since I've been at work all day. I'm also not sure how I'd manage cooking for his dad. Seems like that could go all kinds of wrong. When the Chinese food is delivered, Randall SR isn't thrilled. He complains, yet he still manages to load up his plate. Conversation is forced and strained as we eat. I'm pretty sure Randy's dad has had too much to drink, which seems to be typical. So, Lily, it's Lily, right? At my nod, he smiles. Where's your accent from? I can't place it. I'm from outside of Toronto. It's in Ontario, Canada. No one actually knows where Guelph is, but most people have heard of Toronto. Really? Canada, eh? I smile because it's the polite thing to do when people make fun of how I speak. Under the table, I'm gesturing rudely at him. So you moved to Chicago for this guy? He points his fork at Randy. She moved because she got a great job, Randy says irritably. Teaching skating lessons, right? Can't you do that in Canada? Lots of ice up there, right? I could and I did, but there are more opportunities here and I have friends in the area. This is starting to feel like an inquisition. So what happens when Randy gets traded again? You gonna get your own place and stay put in Chicago? Randy slaps the table. Dad, he lifts a shoulder. What? Your contract is up with Chicago in 2 more years. I'm just asking what she's gonna do. It's up in 3 years, not 2. Yeah, but the way you play sometimes, anyway, whenever it happens, it's not like you're gonna marry her and take her with you, or is that part of your plan? I can tell he's pushing Randy's buttons on purpose. We haven't really talked about that since it's so far into the future. I jump in, squeezing Randy's leg under the table. Who even knows if you'll still be together by then, right? His dad shoves a forkful of noodles into his mouth, thankfully stopping his rude comments. When he asks me personal questions about my family, Randy redirects the topic to his own sister, who's been in Australia for the past year. She went there for college to get away from their father, I've been told. I don't know if that's a perceived or actual reality, but based on the limited and supervised contact I've had with Randall SR, I wouldn't be all that surprised if it was the truth. So is Bryn planning to do something with this college diploma she's getting, or is she gonna meet up with a surfer out there and enjoy herself for a couple more years? And now I'm certain Randy wasn't exaggerating about his sister's exit from the continent. Randy grits his teeth and pushes his plate away. I'm done with dinner. I'll clean up. I grab his plate and mine. Why don't you relax? You haven't even had a shower or anything since you got home. It's Randy's way of asking me to step away without saying it outright. I don't argue, but I'm worried about what's going to happen when I leave the room. I excuse myself to the bedroom but keep an ear open in case an argument breaks out in the living room. Randall, SR, is constantly poking at Randy's insecurities. This glimpse into his family history explains a lot, and it makes me even more appreciative that Randy's allowed me into his life the way he has. I almost offered to stay with Sonny and Miller while his dad's here, but then I'd be leaving Randy alone with his father. I think that's far worse than me being a little uncomfortable for a couple of days. Randy peeks his head into our room half an hour later. I'm watching mindless TV on the laptop. He closes the door and flips the lock. His expression is hard to read as he climbs into bed. I hold my arms open for him. He settles his head on my chest and wraps an arm around my waist. He'll be gone tomorrow before you get home from work. Tomorrow afternoon, Randy has his first team meeting of the new season. I'll get home before him. Next week, training camp begins, and that means his free time is going to diminish significantly. I close the laptop and run my fingers through his hair. I'm sorry this is so hard for you. It's frustrating, like, I see how he is now, and I keep trying to figure out where it all went wrong. I don't want his mistakes to be mine. You're already so different than he is. I know we can't predict the future, but we can always learn from the past and try not to fall into the same patterns, right? He's silent for a while, just breathing. I see what you're saying, but I still want him gone so I can have you to myself for the next few days. I hate that he's cutting into my last week with you before training starts. Like you said, he'll be gone tomorrow and we'll have this weekend. I only teach Saturday morning. I don't want to share you this weekend, okay? Okay. Do you need distractions? Randy shakes his head and winds his arms more tightly around me. I just want this right now. Is that okay? I know Randy's stressed when he doesn't want affection. My biggest worries now are how he's going to deal with all these long-buried emotions and what things are going to be like after his dad finally leaves. I drive myself to the arena again the next morning since Randy's taking his dad to follow up with the doctor, and he has his team meeting in the afternoon. I'm on edge all day, mostly because I don't hear from Randy other than a brief message to let me know the doctor's appointment went fine and he'll see me at home. I don't know what kind of mood he's going to be in tonight. The beginning of the season is always a transition, and this will be the first time I've been through this with him. It's his second season with Chicago, but a lot happened last year, and their rough end to last season means the pressure's on for a better start. The house is quiet when I get home. The emptiness is actually welcoming. I head straight to the bedroom. I want to shower and change into something more interesting. I open my drawer and sift through my options. I pick out a few and lay them on the bed. I'm not sure if Randy would prefer something sweet or more playful. My phone buzzes with a message from him. Home in less than 20. I send him a picture of the items laid out on the bed. Any preference? The typing dots appear right away. Do we still have the red ribbon? A shiver runs down my spine. Oh wow, I'm in for it tonight. I rummage through the drawer and find the roll of red satin. I send him a picture of it in response. His next message comes seconds later. Can't wait. Having fun playing house? I gasp and drop the ribbon on the floor. Spinning around, I find Randy's dad leaning against the door jamb. He drops his gaze to the bed where my things are laid out. I hastily gather them and shove them back in the drawer. I didn't realize anyone was here. I thought you were staying at a hotel. Randy said he was taking him as far away from us as possible. I forgot a couple of things. An unfriendly smile makes his cheek tick. It's a pretty sweet setup you have going on, isn't it? Living here? He sounds so much like Randy. They have the same deep voice, same broad shoulders, same eyes, same mannerisms, but that's where it ends. This man is a version of Randy missing all the good pieces. I ignore his question. Does Randy know you're here? He shifts so he takes up more of the doorway. I'm suddenly very nervous. He's blocking my only way out of the room. Based on the loose way his eyes move over me, I have to assume he's not sober. Come on, sweetheart. You and I both know you're in this for the perks. He's been circling this conversation for the past couple of days, making little comments that seem harmless but aren't. I cross my arms over my chest, mostly so I don't end up reacting to his smug attitude. You don't know the first thing about my relationship with Randy. I don't need to. I know my son. He's got a short attention span when it comes to women. I would have thought he'd learned by now that this little thing he's got going on isn't gonna work out, but I can see why he'd want to give it a shot, at least for a while. He'll figure out soon enough that you're just using him like everyone else. I'm using him? I've about had it with this man. Goodness, do you hear yourself talking? You're the most selfish person I've ever met. You show up on his doorstep whenever you feel like it, make yourself at home in his house, eat his food, ask for handouts, and spend your time telling him how he's going to fail. He opens his mouth to cut me off, and I hold up a hand. I'm not done yet, so hold your harsh words until I'm finished. You know, most parents want better for their kids, but all you do is drag him down. I motion to his disheveled appearance. You make him believe that this is what he's destined for. You're everything he's afraid to become, and you send him spinning every time you come back into his life. You don't deserve his generosity or his loyalty. You need to be out before he gets home. He laughs. This isn't your house. I don't have to go anywhere. Newsflash, I live here, so I have a say in who gets to stay and who doesn't. Randy needs to focus on getting ready for the season, and all you're doing is sabotaging him by saying he's not good enough. Everybody falls sooner or later, he needs to come to terms with that. You are such a self-absorbed jerk. His grin is unpleasant. He's exactly like me. He's nothing like you. Randy will be home soon. I don't have much time to get his dad gone. He grabs my wrist as I stalk past him. That boy is good at two things, hockey and messing things up. As soon as he's back on the road, he's gonna have access to everything he's been missing out on while he's had you here keeping house for him. Just because you messed up your life doesn't mean he's going to do the same. The front door opens with a beep and closes with a slam. Lily, baby, where are you? I'm ready to see you. Randy rounds the corner as his dad drops my wrist. His gaze moves from me, clutching my wrist in the doorway of our bedroom, to his father. What's going on? Why are you here? I dropped you off at the hotel hours ago. Settle down, son. We were just talking. Randy's eyes are wild. He holds out his hand and I go to him. Why were you touching her? As soon as I'm within reach, he wraps a protective arm around me. He gently pries my fingers from my wrist and checks the faint red marks from his dad's tight hold. In one swift move, Randy shifts me behind him and closes the distance between him and his father. You selfish jerk. The sound of a scuffle has me between them before Randy can throw a second swing. I cover his shaking fist. Baby, these hands are too important. Don't let him ruin your season. Randy takes a few deep breaths before he points a shaking finger at his father. I hope you get that she's the only reason you're gonna walk away unharmed. Get out of this house. Now. His father picks himself up off the floor. He wipes his lip with the sleeve of his shirt, smearing it with injury, and starts to speak. Don't. I put a hand out to stop him. You've said and done more than enough, just get out. He snickers. It's a wet sound. You're a feisty one, aren't you? You bet I am. Randy calls a cab, which is good because there's no way I'd let him drive his dad anywhere. Randall, SR, doesn't get to be alone with him again so he can fill his head with more negativity. While we wait, his dad searches his room for something he never actually finds. I have a feeling he came back to take things or create more drama. The look on Randy's face scares me as we walk his dad to the door. It's like he's shut down. The cab is already waiting. His dad pauses and looks at me. You think you've changed him, but he is who he is. For goodness sake, will you stop? Is this how you make yourself feel better about how empty and disappointing your life is? And that's a rhetorical question, so you don't need to waste any more words with a response. I'm about to close the door in his face when I decide I have a few more for him. Randy doesn't owe you anything. Here's the corrected and YouTube-compliant version of the text. In fact, you owe him a lifetime of apologies for making him think he's anything less than amazing. He looks over my head at Randy, so I snap my fingers in his face. You look at me, not him. As someone who loves him, it's my responsibility to protect him from people who hurt him when he can't bring himself to do it. As long as I'm in Randy's life, this version of you isn't welcome. Randy pulls out his wallet and withdraws a stack of bills, reaching around me to tuck them into his dad's shirt pocket. This should cover you for a few days, until you figure out where you're going and what you're doing. Don't call Mom and don't call me until you get yourself sorted out. I step back into the house, close the door, and lock it before either of them can say anything else. I was going to change the code when I got home. I didn't think he'd come back. Randy drops his head, his lips finding the place where my neck meets my shoulder. I should have handled him. You shouldn't have had to do that. I hate how defeated he sounds. Adrenaline is rushing through my veins, making me hyperaware and alert. Until Randy came into my life, I never would have had the courage to stand up to someone like that. I don't know that he would have walked away unharmed if I'd let you deal with it. He put his hands on you. He squeezed my wrist, that was all. I should never have let him stay here. He's your dad, Randy. I get that you want to help him even though he doesn't deserve it, and you thought he was gone. I keep waiting for things to change with him, for him to go back to being someone worth caring about, but it never happens. Randy seems tense, fragile, like he did the night I broke things off with him. I inspect his hand. He'll have marks on his knuckles, but nothing serious. I bring his fingers to my lips. Tell me what's going on in your head. I hate that he's like this. Why can't he ever just be proud of what I've done? Why does he always have to make me feel terrible? I close my eyes for a moment. Randy is a complicated man, but he's intrinsically good, and that's the part his father makes him question. I feel anger rising and will it back down. I take his face between my palms so he'll look at me and not his feet. I'm proud of you. His smile is sad. I know. It'd just be nice if he wouldn't tear me down every time I see him. You're a wonderful man with a kind heart. You're all the good things your father isn't. I don't know what happened to him to make him so reckless, but I do know at your core you're dramatically different than he is. Maybe he can't handle seeing you become everything he couldn't. He pulls me into a tight hug. I don't ever want to lose you. I'm not going anywhere. 2 days after we send Randy's dad packing, he leaves a voicemail on our home phone. It's an apology. He sounds so different that I barely recognize the voice as his. But he also sounds sincere, so I return the call as he requested and listen to his heartfelt apology in real time. He's going back to Boston, where he's been living for the past year. He's going to clean up his act and get his life back together. He'll give Randy some space until he does. I don't tell Randy about the call because I don't want to give him false hope. I don't know enough about who his father was before his life fell apart to know whether he's capable of putting it back together. As Randy requested, we blow off our friends for most of the weekend so we can enjoy what's left of our uninterrupted time together. He seems good at the time, but then he's quieter than usual over the next week. Like me, he tends to internalize before he externalizes. Season training begins, taking more time away from us. This continues to fuel his anxiety, but he channels his energy into hockey, leaving me feeling lost. I spend more time with Sunny, because she's in the same position I am. She and Miller were together when season training began last year, but she still lived in Canada, not with him, so it was a lot different than it is now. And she wasn't pregnant. Like me, she's gotten used to having her boyfriend around all the time. The sudden shift is jarring. I'm trying not to be too needy. It's Sunday afternoon. The guys have a practice, and we're sitting in her living room, sifting through the pile of Polaroids from the cottage trip. I removed several from the stack before it was made available for public viewing. Sunny's cross-legged on a pillow on the floor with Titan and Andy curled up beside her. Wiener is resting in my lap, which seems to be his new favorite place to hang out. He's supposed to be adopted next week, which makes me sad. I've gotten attached to his little self. While the guys are immersed in pre-season training drills and games, we decided to put together photo albums with the pictures we took that weekend. It's way more work than I expected, but it's fun and it takes my mind off of things. I can tell when Randy had the camera, the focus is always on me. Sunny groans and puts a hand on her belly. He's so active. It's like he's doing somersaults in there. Come feel. I move a disgruntled Wiener from my lap and scoot over to her on the floor, putting a hand on her belly. She lifts her top and moves my hand up. I stay still and wait until I feel the bump and then see the distinct outline of a limb or something move across her belly. That's incredible. Do you think maybe he'll come early? Fingers crossed. The baby is due on the first official game day of the season, which is 8 days away, and for which the team will not be in Chicago. Sunny's biggest worry is that Miller will be halfway across the country when she goes into labor, and he'll miss the birth. She has a home birth scheduled with a midwife and everything. If Miller's not around, I'll be the one by her side when she delivers, and of course her mom is planning to come down the week before the baby's due, just in case. Still, Sunny gets emotional at the thought of Miller not being here. The front door opens, and Miller comes in, followed by Randy. Randy immediately pauses and surveys the scene, my cheek pressed up against Sunny's bare tummy. Is someone moving around in there? Miller kicks off his shoes and drops to his knees beside Sunny, scaring a sleeping Titan. She jumps out of the way and barks once. Miller puts his hand on Sunny's belly and starts talking to her stomach. They're so cute. I look over to Randy. His hands are shoved in his pockets. He regards Miller and Sunny with an expression that's the opposite of mine. He looks worried. When he catches me watching him, he gives me a small smile. Things have been difficult since his dad left, as I figured they would be. The aftermath of Randall S.R. visit feels like a relationship setback compounded with the beginning of season jitters and his best friend becoming a father, and has made things strained between us. No longer manifesting as possessiveness, Randy's stress now means intimacy has been less frequent. He's been pulling the tired card the past few days. I fully expect him to pull it tonight. Man, you gotta come feel this. It's like a dance party in there, Miller motions Randy over. Ooh, I'm good. Wiener waddles over to Randy and jumps up on his leg. He crouches and gives him a pat on the head, probably happy to have the distraction. After a minute of scratches, Randy makes a big show of stretching. You ready to go, gorgeous? Sure, let me just clean this up. I motion to the mess on the floor. Sonny waves me off. Leave it. I'll be back at it tomorrow afternoon anyway. Oh, and the next time you're over, maybe we can pick your dress for the wedding. Isn't that like a year away? I ask. My mom wants everything ordered as soon as possible. She's all smiles about this. Wedding preparations for Sonny and Miller are drastically different than they were for her brother. She's letting the mothers take charge and enjoying the process. Right, yeah, you can never be too prepared. She's already looking into little tuxes for this one. Sonny pats her belly. I gather my purse and use Randy's chest for balance as I put my shoes on. He helps me into the truck as usual but doesn't try anything. My stomach starts to knot as we head home in silence. Was practice okay? Yeah, he glances at me out of the corner of his eye. It was fine. After another endless minute of silence, I try again. Is everything okay? Huh. He turns the radio down. You're really quiet. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry. I've got a lot on my mind. I shove my hands between my thighs. I don't know how to read his mood. This is harder than I thought it would be. Oh, okay. My dad called today. Oh, what did he say? He promised he wouldn't call Randy until he had himself sorted out. I didn't talk to him. He left a message wishing me luck on the start of the season. That's good, isn't it? I guess, yeah. He's quiet for the rest of the ride. He cuts the engine when we pull into the driveway but doesn't make a move to get out of the truck. Randy? I touch his shoulder. He turns to look at me, his thumb at his mouth. I think we need to talk. My stomach plummets from my throat to the floor like we've dropped from the summit of a roller coaster. My body immediately feels numb and my eyes well. All his tension makes sense now, the distance, the quietness. I raise my hand to my mouth as if that's going to stop the question I have to ask. Oh my gosh. Are you breaking up with me? I can't get enough air. Mentally, I consider my options. I can stay with Sonny and Miller until the baby comes, but then what? Randy's brow furrows. What? You're breaking up with me. My tears spill over and land in my lap. What? No, no, no. He releases his seatbelt, pushes the center console up heedless of his phone and the change that spills all over the backseat and slides over. Taking my face in his palms, he kisses me once, twice, a third time. Dang, Lily, why would you think that? I hold onto his wrists and try to take a deep breath, but I can't because now I'm really crying. I seriously hate crying, so much. I've been holding on to all this emotional stuff since his dad left and now here it is. I don't know, you said we needed to talk and we're in the truck and you've been all quiet and you haven't really wanted me lately. And I suck in one of those horrible pitchy breaths. Gosh, I'm losing it, it's so girly. You don't want me. You said you were tired last night, and the night before that and 2 days before that. I thought you were just being nice, like you were trying to make me feel better. I haven't wanted to push you, so I left it alone. Ah, shoot, he presses his lips to my forehead. I haven't dealt with this very well, have I? I know you're stressed about the beginning of the season, I whisper. He fingers the ends of my hair. I am, it's more than that, though. I wait because of course there's more. He just has to figure out how to say it. I'm worried I can't give you everything you deserve. I pull away so I can see his face. What do you mean? His honey eyes are pained as he takes my hand in his, playing with my fingers. I don't know if I can give you what Miller and Sonny have or Alex and Violet. Whoa, that's a big leap from our current situation. Why would you think that's something I'm looking for, especially now? Randy shrugs. Well, that's kinda how this works, right? Like you moved in with me and eventually I'll put a ring on your finger and then we'll do the family thing. The family thing? Randy blows out a breath. Like have kids and stuff. This is because of Sonny? I don't know, I guess. He runs his hands over his thighs. I mean, with Roman 6 and Alex getting married, and now you and Sonny are deep into wedding dress magazines, and there's all this baby stuff, and then my dad showed up, it freaked you out. He drops his head and nods, peeking up at me from under his lashes. Can I be honest with you? I ask. Yeah, of course. It freaked me out too. Really, but you're so into this stuff with Sonny. I pat his cheek. Gosh, I love him. That's because it's not my monkey or my circus. I get to do all the fun stuff and it's not my show. Sonny's so happy and excited and I'm happy and excited for her. but that doesn't mean I want the same thing. I'm very content to be her maid of honor and Aunt Lily. I lace our fingers together. I hope I haven't given you the impression that what they have is what I want. Well, no, but you'll want that eventually, right? What if I can't do it? Honestly, Randy, I have no idea what I'm going to want in the future. I do know that getting married doesn't actually change how two people function in a relationship. Alex and Violet are still quirky. As for the family thing, I'm only 23. You're only 25. I have no desire to jump on the baby train with Sonny. I'm more than happy to have that experience from the outside right now. I pause for a second to gather myself. I'm relieved that this isn't the discussion I thought it was going to be. My mom and I struggled a lot financially when I was a kid. We made it through, but at times it sure wasn't easy being the two of us. I want to make sure I don't end up in a situation like that again for any reason. You and I have years to figure things out, and those are decisions we'll make together when it's time to make them. Maybe we'll get married, maybe we won't. We'll see if we want kids at some point. Relationships are about sacrifice and compromise. Sometimes, to have the person you want, you have to give up ideals that are important only because society tells us they are. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think so. Good. I put my hands on his shoulders and straddle his lap. I love you. His smile is soft. I love you too. Sometimes I don't know how to deal with it. I don't want to be away from you when the season starts. Thinking about it makes me restless. Same, he smiles. Why do we always have our important conversations in this truck? The same reason we always end up being close in bathrooms, I guess. He chuckles at that, but his eyes burn. I kiss him because those are all the words we need right now, and because I'm so thankful to see that warmth. Ribbons Randy, tomorrow is our last preseason exhibition game. Training is going well. We have 2 new guys on the team. One's a rookie they've moved up from the farm team, and one's a trade from Philly. They're both good players, and once they get used to the way we play, they'll gel with us just fine. In the locker room, Lance pulls a shirt over his head while I pack my duffel. You coming out for a bit? He asks. In less than a week I'll be on the road again to start the season. I want to go home to Lily because my time with her is already running short, but it's also important for me to spend time with my team off the ice. She knows this. I know this. It doesn't make it easier, though. I'm going for 1 beer, Miller says. I can do the same. Miller gets the struggle in a way Lance doesn't. Miller's kid is actually due on the day of our first game, which is away. It really stinks for him. We're all hoping the kid either decides to make an early entrance or wants to stay in there a little longer, so one way or the other, his dad's in Chicago for the big moment. As much as I'm not interested in joining the baby brigade anytime soon, I sure wouldn't want to miss the occasion if Lily was in the same situation. Which she isn't. Thank goodness. When we get to the bar, I message Lily to let her know I'm out with the guys for a bit. In response, I get a smiley face and a thumbs up. She's good about this kind of thing. I order a pint of beer and talk strategy with my teammates. Like usual, there are admirers, but social media has made it pretty clear that I'm not on the market, so they leave me alone for the most part. Waters is the first to leave, which I find odd because he's the team captain and all, but maybe he's got things going on at home I don't know about. About an hour into my time at the bar, I get a picture of our bedspread covered with clothes. Actually, it's covered with undergarments. I'm pretty sure it's Lily's way of saying I should think about coming home soon. 20 minutes later, I get another picture. I hide my phone under the table, half expecting it to be Lily dressed up in one of her matching sets. It's not. This time it's that roll of red ribbon. I'm instantly excited, more than I would be if she'd sent me a suggestive picture. My response is brief and to the point, leaving now, home in 15. Hers is just as succinct, ready for you. I leave my beer, say a quick round of goodbyes, and hop in my truck. I don't drive the speed limit home. I don't even try, actually. I run 2 stale yellows and almost forget to put the truck in park before I get out. I fumble with the lock code. I'm still getting used to the new one. Throw open the door, and there she is. Wow, I murmur as I take in the sight before me. I'm quick to step inside and close the door, so no one accidentally gets a glimpse of my gift-wrapped girlfriend. This isn't like the time she answered the door with a bow around her neck. She has that now too, but this is so much more. She's made quite an effort this time. A thick band of ribbon winds across her chest, covering just enough. Another piece is threaded between her thighs, somehow attached to the one wrapped around her chest, and all tied up with a pretty red bow in the center. Another wide piece of ribbon is wrapped around her throat with a second bow, and there are also bows on either hip. Lily fingers the ribbon at her neck. Did you know we missed an important anniversary earlier this month? I mentally scroll through all our important dates. I'm usually good with this kind of thing. Her birthday is in the spring, so I haven't missed it. Mine is December, so it's still a ways off. We officially started dating in January, and the first time I made her happy was in August at Waters, Ontario Cottage. She takes a slow step toward me. She's wearing heels. She almost never wears heels, and she has lipstick on. It's red to match the bow. Want a hint? I nod. I don't think I actually have words right now. What happened in September last year? She grabs my belt buckle and pulls it from the clasp. September of last year? She pops the button on my pants. The way she's biting her lip and touching me makes it hard to think. There was a party. She drags the zipper down. You were wearing these too, except they were in much better shape then. There's a hole here, did you know that? Huh. I'm too busy thinking about all the ways I'm going to make her happy and how I want to hold onto that ribbon around her throat while we get close. She sticks her pinky in the tiny hole near the fly flap, drawing my attention back down to her hand. Hey, don't do that. You'll make it bigger. I pin her wrists to her sides. Did your teammates see these? So what if they did? They don't care about my clothes. Lily giggles. I guess you have a point, but these are probably ready for the trash. They're my favorite. I thought I was your favorite. You're my favorite person. These are my favorite comfy clothes. I see. I lean in for a kiss. I'm not sure what the red lipstick is about. Once we get started, it's going to end up smeared. I'm actually fine with that. She turns her head to the side, giving me her cheek. You still haven't guessed what we're celebrating. You don't get to unwrap me until you do. Oh no, I kiss along the edge of the ribbon at her throat. I better guess right then, huh? She bats her lashes. You'll get to pull a bow if you do. Wow, that sounds pretty amazing. So last September, I let go of her hands and slip a finger under the ribbon running vertically down her torso. I stopped just above her waist. Was Waters' engagement party. I reverse my path, then trace the edge of the ribbon from the center to the right and back the other way. Lily shivers. That was the first time I ever got close to you. It was. I kiss her shoulder. I wanted to take you back to my place and keep you all weekend. She angles her head to the side, and I follow the ribbon all the way to her neck. I wanted that too. I was already way more into you than I should have been for something that was supposed to be all casual. She runs her fingers through my hair. I remember thinking it was a good thing you couldn't take me out for dinner. I back up so I can see her face. Why was that? Because it would have felt like a date, and I knew it wasn't supposed to be. Lily fingers the hem of my shirt and pulls it over my head. I was so silly. Not silly, maybe a little clueless, but then so was I. She kisses the center of my chest, leaving a red lip print. Lily pushes, and I take a step back, then another, and I hit the wall behind me. She drops into a crouch, her face level with my waist. Her grin is playful as she pulls my pants and boxer briefs over my hips. She kisses the tip, leaving another red lip print. Without using her hands, she kisses her way down. And now I get why the red lipstick every kiss leaves another print. When I pull my phone out and quirk a brow in question, Lily grins. I can get the digital camera if you prefer. She's mostly forgiven me for the lost phone scare. We're good. She licks the tip when I snap the first pic. She doesn't touch me with anything but her mouth, which drives me wild. When I warn her I'm about to finish, she keeps her eyes on mine. When she's done, her lipstick has worn off and her lips are puffy. I help her up and she takes my hand, leading me to our bedroom, which is a really great idea. Lily crawls up on the mattress. Her little ribbon thong is playful with the way the red fabric disappears between her curves. I climb up after her and flip her onto her back, kneeling between her legs. The ribbon bra is first to go. I pull the bow and watch the red satin fall away. Kissing each shoulder, I sit back and appreciate this gift of a woman. I tease her gently, using the ribbon to get her where I want her, close but not quite there. When she moans my name, I shift the ribbon to the side. I give her a soft touch, and that's all it takes to make her sigh. I spend a few more minutes with her, using the ribbon to keep things playful. When I can't wait any longer, I pull the bows on either hip, letting the ribbons fall away. I move her to sit in my lap, easing her clothes. I don't start right away. Instead, I let Lily roll her hips while I kiss along the edge of the ribbon still tied around her neck. I don't know why I love this so much, I mutter against her skin. I really don't have an explanation. I moved one hand to the center of her back and placed the other across her chest. My finger slipped under the ribbon. I'm leaving this one on, Lily grinned. I figured as much. I kissed her once more, then adjusted the ribbon so the bow rested to the side, sliding my fingers beneath the red satin. Lily swallowed, her throat moving under my touch. I traced her jawline with my thumb. Is this okay? Her eyes fluttered and she made a soft sound. For a moment, I worried I might be holding too tightly. I loosened my grip, but she covered my hand with hers, shivering as she tensed. You with me, beautiful? Aha! I brushed my lips against hers. And we've only just begun. That was just the excitement. Maybe we should get started so there's more to come. I'd say answering the door dressed like that counts as a strong opening, but I'm all for more surprises. She rested her palm on my neck as she rose, then lowered herself slowly, setting a gentle rhythm. I let her lead at least at first, because watching her was incredible. As she moved, she touched herself, shuddering as another wave of pleasure took over. When she wavered, I released the ribbon and steadied her hips. Eventually, I laid her down and reached for the camera on the nightstand. I captured her flushed expression and the elegant bow at her throat. Then I covered her body with mine, my thumb brushing the satin as I cradled her head. She wrapped her legs around me, and when the moment came, I held her gaze just as I always did. I traced the ribbon's edge. I know why I love this so much. Because you have a playful side, she teased, still catching her breath. We enjoy our little adventures, don't we? That's one way to put it. I'd still like to hear your theory about the ribbon. She ran her fingers through my beard. I like the idea that you see yourself as a gift. She wrinkled her nose. Wow, that sounds a little self-centered. Not at all, you are a gift, Lily. I'm lucky to love you. I feel the same about you. She pulled me down for a kiss. Maybe next time you should wear the bow. Not a chance. Why not? Not my style. I rolled to the side, pulling the blankets over her to keep her warm. What about my favorite present, the one I love unwrapping the most? Still no. I tugged the bow free, letting it fall away, then kissed the faint mark it left behind. Lily tilted her chin, giving me better access. I thought we were going to sleep. We will, eventually, unless you need rest now. Never, your affection always wins over sleep, even if you have to wake me for it. Maybe I'll let you drift off first just so I can. Lily trailed her hand down my chest. Want me to play along? Epilogue New Editions. Lily. 2 weeks later, the relentless ringing of my phone dragged me from sleep. I fumbled for it on the nightstand and groaned at the time, barely 6 in the morning. I grunted instead of answering properly. Lily, is that you? Sunny's voice came through. I managed a noise of acknowledgement. It's happening. Huh, the baby, he's on his way. I shot upright. Oh my gosh, where are you? Is Miller there? I'm at home and the midwife is on her way. Miller's right here. Oh my gosh, you're going to be a mom and I'm going to be an aunt. This is amazing. What do you need me to do? Too early for loud. Randy groaned, rolling over and wrapping his arms around my waist, his face nestling close. Nothing right now. Titan and Andy might need to be walked in a bit, but Miller can probably do that. His disapproval over this plan comes through loud and clear in the background. Or maybe you can stop by and take them for a walk. Wiener might be an issue, though. Randy mumbles something and curls himself around me even more. He's practically nuzzling against me. Is Wiener okay? He's anxious. He hasn't stopped barking for the last hour. I wondered if maybe you could take him for a couple of days just until we get things settled here with the baby. He loves Randy and you so. Of course, we'd love to have him. When should I come get him? Like now. Whenever is fine. Oh, hold on, contraction. Sunny makes a sound like she's uncomfortable, followed by some labored breathing. It looks like they're getting closer together. I should probably go. I'll have Miller call as soon as the baby's born if you don't stop by to pick up Wiener before it happens. Okay, good luck. I hang up the phone and try to pull away from Randy, but he wraps himself around me. I need to get dressed. Miller and Sunny are having the baby. He lifts his head, his hair a mess and his beard just as unruly. Huh. Sunny's finally in labor. He blinks at me a few times. No kidding, good thing he decided to come before the next away series. I'm sure she's relieved. Randy nods, still bleary-eyed and half asleep. Oh man, we do have a game tonight though. I wonder if Miller's gonna make it. I can't believe you're worried about the game. You are such a guy. I try to free myself, but he pulls me down so he can lie on top of me. He playfully nudges against me. That probably feels more grown-up than boyish, don't you think? I don't have time for this, and you're being an insensitive jerk, so even if I did have time, I'm not interested. Randy nuzzles my neck. I'm kidding about the game, and you don't need to rush. It's not like you being there is going to make it happen any faster. You're just saying that so you can get your way. I think a little affection is necessary on a day like today. Oh, and why's that? Other than it being a game day, I feel it's important for us to take advantage of the fact that we can be close whenever we want. Miller and Sonny definitely aren't going to be able to do that for a long while. So this is sympathy affection? Exactly, sympathy affection. He grins and shifts closer. You're a real SHH. Randy puts his finger against my lips, eyes wide and darting around the room. Do you hear that? What? I listen but don't hear anything. You can't hear it. Hear what? He lowers his voice. It's the sound of me wanting to be close to you. I swat his arm when he laughs. Then we both relax and I wrap my arms around him as he holds me. 45 minutes later, we're showered, dressed, and on the way to Miller and Sonny's house. Randy brought the Polaroid camera and a present he bought for the baby a while back but hasn't shown me because he didn't trust me not to blab it to Sonny. I'd be offended, but if it's cute, he has a point. Should we stop for coffee? Do you think Miller will want one? Randy asks. I have no idea. We could get him one in case he does. We stop at Starbucks and get Sonny a ginger lemon iced tea and I get myself a mint one. Randy orders coffee for himself and Miller. By the time we get to the house, it's after 8:30. Randy texts Miller and I go to the fence to say hi to the dogs, who are super excited to see us. Randy doesn't hear anything back after a few minutes, so we decide it's best to take the dogs for a walk while we wait. I let Randy take Andy because he weighs more than I do, and I take Titan and Wiener. He was supposed to be adopted by now, but it fell through. I'm not all that sad because he's fantastic. We spend a good hour at the dog park a few blocks away, where they can roam around and sniff each other. Wiener stays pretty close, sitting on Randy's foot half the time. Then he jumps up and puts his paws on Randy's knee like he's looking to get on the bench with us. Randy picks him up and he settles beside him, his little chin propped on Randy's thigh. You are just the cutest. I give his head a scratch. And so are you. I scratch under Randy's beard and give him a quick kiss on the lips. I always wanted a dog as a kid, he says. Why didn't you get one? Too many away games and competitions. We would have had to kennel a dog a lot when games were out of town. It wouldn't have been fair. I never had a dog, but Sonny always did, so it was kind of like they were mine, too. We get a group text on our way back to Miller and Sonny's place. Welcome Logan Waters Butterson, born at 8:44 a.m., October 13th, 8 pounds 13 Oz. The message is followed by a picture of Sonny holding the tiny little bundle. The first person to reply is Violet. Congratulations. My heart is so happy for you. A slew of new messages make our phones go off incessantly all the way back to their house. We put the dogs back in the yard and knock on the door. A rental car is parked out front, so I'm assuming Daisy's here and possibly Sky as well. Miller lets us in and Sonny's lying on the couch, wrapped in her favorite blankets with a green bundle cradled in her arms. She's beaming. She looks beautiful and tired. If there's anyone who will be good at this mom thing, it's Sonny. She's so calm about life and about how things work out even when they're unexpected. I hug Miller, whose smile mirrors Sonny's, and then go meet my new surrogate nephew. He's a tiny miracle. Randy checks the little guy out and gives Sonny the small gift bag he had professionally wrapped. Do you want to hold him while I open it? She asks. What? No. Randy holds his hands up like he's being stopped by security. I mean, Lily will probably want to hold him. He's like brand new. I don't think it's a good idea. Of course I want to hold him, but I want to see Randy hold him almost as much. I'll get my turn soon enough. You'll be fine. Just hold your arms like me, Sonny says. Randy sits down on the couch beside her and mimics Sonny's position so she can transfer Logan into the generous space. If you're not comfortable, I can hold him, Miller offers, extending his arms, glancing nervously at Randy. It's sweet. He'll be fine, Miller. She eases a snuffling Logan into his arms. What do I do now? Randy asks. You hold him exactly as you are. He's tired from all the work we just did, so he's pretty sleepy. Randy stiff as he cradles Logan, obviously unsure and uncomfortable. It's endearing. He looks up at me. He's so tiny. He is. It's a good thing, too, considering where he came from. I can't get over how small he is, Randy muses. Daisy and Sky come out of the kitchen at the sound of Randy's voice. They ooh and ah over how sweet he looks holding Logan. It's the first time I've ever seen him blush. I snap a couple of pictures with the Polaroid while Sunny opens the gift. Inside is a tiny jersey with the team logo. On the back is Butterson 4, just like his dad's. It's probably too big right now, Randy says. It'll be perfect in a few months, thank you. You're welcome, can I give him back now? Sunny laughs and looks to me. Do you want to hold him? Of course. I take my turn, slipping my pinky finger under Logan's tiny hand. I think about all the changes to Sunny's life now that he's here, how different it will be, how things will never be the same, and how she's okay with that. I consider how this will change her relationship with Miller. It's not just about them anymore. Their number one has changed. Logan will be the most important person in their lives. Now I'm happy to have Randy as my number one, and I'm happy to be his. People start showing up not long after this. Violet and Alex and both of their dads, now grandpas, with Charlene and Darren. We hang out for a short while, then move to the backyard to entertain the dogs. Around lunchtime, Randy and I gather Wiener's toys and take him back to our place. Randy's quiet on the ride home. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He stretches his arm across the backseat and threads his fingers through the hair at the nape of my neck. Wiener's curled up alongside his leg. He'd be in Randy's lap if he wasn't driving. A little overwhelmed? I've never held a baby that new or that small before. Me either. He's silent again for the rest of the trip. I don't push him to talk because sometimes words aren't going to make a difference. He parks the truck in the driveway and taps the wheel for a few seconds while staring at me. Do you want to go in? I ask. Right, yeah. We bring all of Wiener's toys inside. His favorite, ironically, is a stuffed hot dog. He follows Randy around the house with it in his mouth. He's absolutely adorable. Come hang out with me. Randy pats the cushion next to him on the couch. Wiener jumps up and takes the space before I can, but Randy moves him to the other side so I can snuggle in with him. Is it wrong that I'm glad I don't have to share you like Miller's gonna have to share Sunny now? I shift so I can look at him. You mean her attention? Yeah, I guess, but it's more than that. He's gonna have to share her love, too. I don't think I'd like that. You don't think her heart has enough room for both of them? No, I mean, yeah, of course she has enough room. I'm not saying this right. That baby changes everything and he's gonna take time away from them. I'm already gone half the year. I don't think I'd want to come home after being away for a week and have to share you with someone else. Wow, that makes me sound selfish, doesn't it? I think it makes you human. I've thought the same thing. I've also thought about how hard it's going to be for Miller to be away from both of them. Babies are a lot to handle. That's why my vote is on dogs. I'd say cats because they're easier, but I'm allergic, so they're out. We could always talk to Sunny about keeping Wiener if we like having him. She told me his other adoption fell through. I like that idea. Randy traces the line of my shin. I'm not saying I'd never want that with you, though a family, I mean. I think one day, like a long time in the future, it would be okay. You don't have to explain. I get exactly what you mean. I like what we have right now. I don't want to change it. How are you so perfect? Randy palms the back of my neck and gives me a soft, lingering kiss. I think this means the end of this conversation for now, except he bends me forward. It's an awkward position. My nose hits my knees. What are you doing? Checking for your drone microchip. His lips touch the top of my spine. I'm not exactly in a position designed for retaliation, but I manage to get an arm free so I can pinch him. He releases the back of my neck and I pop up, but before I can launch a counterattack, he lays me out on the couch. Wiener jumps down and barks twice before running around in a circle. Sorry, buddy, Randy says over his shoulder, then turns back to me. No microchip. You're 100% real and you're all mine. Wiener paces beside the couch, then puts his paws up beside our heads and whines. Well, maybe not all yours. I think you have to share me with Wiener now. Randy runs his palm up the outside of my thigh and grins. I have another little friend that wants some attention. I snicker. You're ridiculous. That I am, I'm pretty sure that's why you love me. It's one of many reasons. His smile is beautiful, just like the rest of him. There is no end to my love for this man. Randy's my happily ever after. and I'm his. About the author Helena Hunting, NYT and USA Today best-selling author of Pucked. Helena Hunting lives on the outskirts of Toronto with her incredibly tolerant family and two moderately intolerant cats. She writes contemporary romance ranging from new adult angst to romantic sports comedy. Connect with Helena. Facebook, website, Twitter, Instagram. Other titles by Helena Hunting. Pucked series: Pucked, Pucked 1, Pucked Up, Pucked 2, Pucked Over, Pucked 3. Forever Pucked, Pucked Book 4. Area 51 deleted scenes and outtakes. Get Inked the Clipped Wings series. Cupcakes and ink clipped wings between the cracks. Inked armor cracks in the armor fractures in ink. Fall 2016. Standalone novels. The Librarian Principal read on for Chapter 1 of Fractures in ink. The warmth of soft lips. And a sudden chill across my stomach pulled me from sleep. It took a moment to process what was happening. "Sorry I woke you," Sarah murmured. I'd been seeing Sarah for the past 6 months. Her apology seemed half-hearted as she resumed what had awakened me. The rest of me took longer to shake off the grogginess. "What time is it?" I reached out in the dark, my fingers brushing damp hair. She must have come straight from the shower. "Late," she whispered, her touch sending shivers down my spine. The clock glowed 3:00 a.m. in red digits. Sarah's late-night visits weren't unusual. She worked long hours as a waitress at a club near the Chicago Loop. Sometimes these stolen moments were all we had. "Don't you have an early class?" I asked. She paused just long enough to reply, "You're worried about my class right now?" I pulled her up and flipped us over. "I wasn't done," she protested. "Best wake-up call ever," I teased. Sarah shifted beneath me, welcoming me into the space between her legs. The scent of my body wash clung to her skin, mingling with the mint and rosemary of the shampoo she kept here for nights like these. Her fingers traced the ink on my arms, invisible in the dark. "Kiss me," she demanded, nipping at my lip when I hesitated. I chuckled. "You sure? I might need a mint." Her hands locked behind my neck, pulling me down. Apparently she didn't mind. Sarah wasn't usually this intense. She preferred slow and sweet, the teasing as much as the act itself. But tonight was different. "Missed you," she breathed, her fingers restless against my skin. "You have me," I assured her. She fumbled for the nightstand and I stopped resisting. It had been a week since we'd seen each other. If she didn't have to leave too early, we could take our time later. When she pushed gently at my chest, I rolled onto my back. Sarah straddled my hips, her damp hair brushing my neck. In the dark, I couldn't see her face, only felt her movements as she took control. Her quiet sighs were barely audible over the hum of the fan in the corner. I knew she was coming only by the way her rhythm faltered and her touch grew more intense. Once she had what she needed, she let me take over. I moved her onto her back, rolling my hips without urgency. My eyes had adjusted to the lack of light. The blackout shades kept the glow of the streetlights outside and residents of the neighboring apartment building from seeing things they shouldn't. "Give me your hand, baby," I murmured in her ear. Her nose brushed across my cheek, lips following the same trail until I caught her mouth with mine again. She arched, arms and legs wrapped tightly around me. I followed the long, toned line of her left thigh until I reached her knee. Pulling it higher, I tucked her leg against my ribs so I could go deeper without changing the tempo. "Chris!" Sarah's whisper was followed by a shudder. Her fingertips brushed softly down the side of my face, close to our touching lips. "You coming again?" She nodded and pressed her face into my neck, her soft sigh muffled by my skin. It didn't take me long to finish after that. Afterward, Sarah snuggled into my side and stayed there, which was unusual. Typically, I'd get a couple minutes of closeness out of her, and then she'd complain about being warm and move away. But not tonight. She kept her head on my chest and traced the lines of my sleeve until I fell asleep. I woke a few hours later to the feel of fingers lightly brushing my arm. I turned to find Sarah lying on her side, her pale blonde hair fanned out across the pillow. She pulled her hand away and pressed her knuckles to her mouth. Her sea-blue eyes were red-rimmed, like she needed more sleep. She closed them and inched closer, her whole body pressing against me before her lips touched the ink on my shoulder. I pushed unruly strands away from her forehead, then traced the heart shape of her face. Sarah nuzzled her cheek against my arm for a few seconds, a shaky sigh warming my skin. "You got time for a little more time together?" I asked, my voice still rough with sleep. "I need the bathroom," she said, rolling away and throwing off the covers. The room was still mostly dark, but I could make out her willowy silhouette as she tiptoed across the room and slipped out the bedroom door. I checked the time. It was only 7. She had to be exhausted, but I assumed her going to the bathroom meant she might return for a little more closeness. Except when she came back 10 minutes later, she was fully dressed. Her white blouse was crisp and buttoned almost to her throat. She'd pulled her long hair up into a bun, the style too severe for her pretty face. I folded an arm behind my head. "Not getting back into bed with me?" She traced the edge of the footboard, her head bowed. "I can't, I have class." "Wanna come give me a quick goodbye?" Her voice was a whisper I had to strain to hear. "I think we need to take a break." I turned on the light so I could see her better. "What kind of break are you talking about?" "My internship starts soon. I'll be working a lot of hours, at both jobs. I'm exhausted and I think something's got to give." Her voice wavered, as if she were on the verge of tears. The conversation wasn't unexpected. Of course, I'd be the something she was ready to give up. I'd known this day was coming eventually, since the moment she'd agreed to go out with me. Still, I stared at her for a few long seconds, trying to see what had pushed her to this decision now. Maybe she'd finally realized she was too good for me, that she was out of my league and could find someone better, someone who could give her the things I couldn't. Sarah deserved a nice life with a comfortable home and a reliable car she didn't have to worry about. I wasn't that guy. For her, it seemed I was mostly a late-night comfort, which was ironic because for years I'd been the one to pull that move. I guess it was about time I experienced it from the other side. "You want to call it quits?" I asked. She lifted one slight shoulder, still tracing imaginary lines on the footboard. "So last night was the goodbye moment and the see you later affection." That would definitely explain the intensity. "We barely see each other." She swiped at her eye with her pinky before she lifted her head, but her gaze didn't quite meet mine. "It's not going to get better once I start my internship." As much as I didn't want to admit it, she had a point. We'd been treading water for months now. It was only a matter of time before we sank. "You're right, it probably won't." "I'm sorry, Chris. I need to stay focused on school." "Maybe after it's over, when things settle down again." "Yeah, I don't know about that." I had my doubts that Sarah would want to keep doing this with me once she'd had a break. One of the guys in her program would jump all over her being single, and she'd see me for the mistake I'd been all along. Sarah and I weren't meant to be permanent, and this was exactly the reminder I needed. "You gotta do what's best for you." She bowed her head, fingers fluttering up to cover her eyes. Her back expanded in a deep inhale. On the exhale, she dropped her hands and squared her shoulders, but her next statement still came out a question. "I'll leave your key on the counter." "Sure, if that's what you want to do." She gave one final nod before she left. The emptiness was a lot bigger than I'd expected it to be.